Chapter 201, Chapter 199. Howard is an upright man. Director Luke isn't close to women. Thank you for your kind words. I can't accept this. In the study, Luke sat in a chair and waved his hand to refuse the cigar handed over by the president. As many people know, the Lieutenant General didn't have any bad habits. He doesn't smoke, and the wine was only superficial. The only thing that deserves criticism was probably his private life. But this little fault, in young people and high society, was really insignificant. Even the nominal leader of the country, the president in the White House, may not have a much better private life. Not to mention the Pentagon's Lieutenant General. Well, it's good to have good habits. Few young people are like you, actively refusing small habits that destroy their bodies. Instead of being annoyed, the president complimented him. Yes, I am very conscious of my personal health. Luke smiled slightly. He would do some warm-up exercises every day before going to bed to promote blood circulation. Then go on sleeping until dawn, never leaving the fatigue and stress until the next day. Like Melina, Peggy, Emma the White Queen. All the women who have spent the night with him have said that the Lieutenant General's lifestyle was very normal. This is one of the few personal hobbies I have. I can't change it all at once, and I don't want to change it. The smell of tobacco helps me calm my mind and concentrate on my thoughts. The president took a fine cigar out of the box, played with it for a moment, and lit it patiently with a long match, showing how much he enjoyed the process. This box was given to me by Churchill. We share a common taste in cigars. Despite my personal doctor's advice to cut back on tobacco and alcohol, most of the meaning in our short lives would be lost without cigars and whiskey. Luke nodded. Although he wasn't interested in tobacco and alcohol, it was because he had other hobbies. The Prime Minister also gave me a box. I'll bring it over another day and give it to you, Mr. President. He wondered if Churchill gave cigars to everyone, as the late Roosevelt was said to have received them as well. That's a shame. The president chuckled twice, then lowered his voice and said, "Don't let Bess know, she doesn't like me smoking cigars. That's for sure. It's a secret between men." Luke winked and replied quite eloquently. A few minutes later, after the small talk was over, the conversation was back on track. SHIELD has received intelligence that the Soviet Union has been making frequent moves recently. Not only are they developing a nuclear industry, but they are also planning to revive the World War II Super Soldier program. As far as one knows, they have a secret organization called Leviathan that is actively recruiting biologists to produce superior soldiers. In order to delay time as much as possible and create opportunities for Howard. Luke opened his mouth and talked about the latest developments in the Soviet Union. The president sitting across the table wasn't a mediocre politician. On the contrary, he was very ambitious and aggressive. After the end of World War II, the president who entered the White House was the first to put forward the strategic goal of seeking global hegemony. The defeat of the Axis countries was tragic, coupled with the weakening of the British and French recession. Relying on the developed military strength and economic accumulation, the bald eagle began to covet the throne of world domination. If Atlantis hadn't come out of nowhere, the White House and the Pentagon wouldn't have been temporarily blocked from interfering in the domestic affairs of other countries and from implementing global expansion. At this time, perhaps the bipolar pattern would have been formed. Lieutenant General Cavill, the Red Empire really deserves vigilance. They may be the biggest enemy. The president exhaled a mouthful of smoke and spoke with a grave face. Sometimes I am amazed at the strength of these people's beliefs and their ability to act out of their collectivism. The winner of World War II wasn't just the silently developing United States, but also a Red Bear of Siberia. Among the 4 countries of the Yalta Conference, the other country that entered the world stage and showed its mysterious power was China. That was an unopened branch, which wasn't included in the world map for the time being. I'll have to ask you, Lieutenant General Cavill, about the peace summit in a few days and the distribution of benefits from Atlantis. The president put down his cigar and solemnly said, "The future of the United States belongs to young people like you." Luke smiled. He didn't want to be the new generation that replaced the old generation. It was easy to end up as a victim, shot down on the beach. The bright future of the land of the free clearly belonged to an unborn real estate tycoon. That's the best person to make America great again in his lifetime, with his squinty-eyed pervy smile. For the next 40 minutes, the two of them stayed in the study and talked a lot. During that time, the president also asked Luke if he was interested in going to Moscow. The most important thing was that, when the two sides started a third war and the Soviet Union launched a nuclear bomb, was he confident enough to intercept it? Luke was naturally evasive and vague about such questions. He's not Dr. Manhattan from the studio next door. He's not interested in any humanoid nuclear deterrence. Let's call it a day. Best T-bone steak should also be ready. The president extinguished the cigar in his hand, waved his hand to disperse the smell of tobacco, and pushed the door out with a smile. Then, he saw a very unsettling scene. In the living room, Howard sat on the sofa, surrounded by the president's wife and daughter. He appeared to say something funny, which made the other two people cover their mouths and laugh. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. "This is, what's going on?" The president looked confused and had mixed feelings. Somehow it felt like the old farmer next door had raided his own wife and daughter. Originally, he admired Howard's talent, and Stark Industries was also an important defense contractor for the Pentagon. But now, the president was looking at the mustached man who was squeezing his eyebrows and trying his best to be funny. The more he looked at him, the more he hated him. "What are you talking about?" I could hear the laughter in the study. The president asked in a dry voice, holding back his anger. "Mr. President, I just said something about myself when I was in England." Howard cleared his throat and spoke in a serious tone. "I used to live in London, before the war started. For a time, I wanted to grow a beard in order to show my masculinity. As a result, the owner of the inn laughed at me and said, 'Ha, your chin is just like my wife's before she shaves.' He said so at that time. It was really rude." "Then how did you answer?" Luke picked up the joke like an assisting audience member. "I looked in the mirror and nodded my head. Well, you're right, it does look like that," and then the innkeeper walked off proudly. Translator: I have no control over this cringe. There's so many things not okay with this joke. No, this whole chapter. God help me. Howard spoke seriously, as if it really happened. The president's wife sitting next to him laughed out loud. Women were always more receptive to colorful jokes than young girls. Mr. Stark has a rich experience. The president smiled rather than laughed, and was very dissatisfied with his wife sitting so close to Howard. "What else is interesting? I'd like to hear about it, too, to gain some insight." In London, the innkeeper was the same, and his wife was usually the assistant of the theatre magician. Once, he came home early and found his wife naked and standing in the bedroom. Howard stroked his mustache, and beautifully imitated the movements and tone of voice. and spoke seriously. The innkeeper was puzzled, and then asked questions, and his wife stammered, not knowing how to explain. Later, under the innkeeper's questioning, his wife said she had recently learned a magic trick, and then shouted, "Abracadabra!" and the magician, also without clothes, came out of the cupboard. This surprised the innkeeper. He didn't expect his wife not only to teleport a living person, but also to change the other party's clothes. It was incredible. This time it was the president's daughter's turn to stifle her laughter, and her shoulders trembled. Her round cheeks revealed a blush. After the warm-up jokes, the president's wife finally remembered the T-bone steaks and rushed into the kitchen. The others also sat down at the table. Not long after, a tempting aroma wafted out. "It's a great talent." Luke wasn't interested in the president's daughter, but he was full of praise for the T-bone steak made by the president's wife. One bite was full of meat juices and rich taste. It didn't look greasy and didn't lose its tender flavor, reminding him of young Sheldon's memoir's brisket secret recipe. "I'm glad that you like it." The president's wife spoke modestly. She was used to having her cooking skills recognized. "What's the secret recipe? It's so delicious. I'm afraid I can't order any other steak when I go to a restaurant, especially after I've tasted beef like this," Howard added. Even a big piece of beef couldn't stop his mouth. Weekly mass release. Every 300 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter tomorrow. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 202, Announcement. Warning: please be careful that this announcement is not for the faint-hearted. Now, go ahead. Dear reader, few days back something serious happened. And now, hundreds of readers are affected by this. Whatever they try comment, it turns into more. Sigh, the more disease has spread to any reader who came in contact with it. It was so addicting, that readers are fighting the urge to burn their brain cells by reading MTL, while few of them have even given in to the temptation. Well, with that said, I will now tell you about it. It is the most addictive Naruto fanfic you will /have/had ever read. Period. Book title: Shinobi Exam. First question: why was Akatsuki destroyed? My whole team dares you with the following challenge. Add to library, and read up to the latest uploaded chapters, and resist the urge to ask for next chapter in the comments. Condition: be honest. Reward: if you don't like it, you can come and beat me. I will show you my magnificent kneeling position. P.S. Book title too long? Just visit my profile. Don't forget to hit the heart. Yeah, I love clout. I am Bougainfol. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 203, Chapter 200. Howard is an upright man. Director Luke isn't close to women, too. With all due respect, I am willing to exchange all the shares of Stark Industries for this recipe. Compared to Luke's bland praise, Howard's exaggerated remarks were more likely to please the president's wife. This was the strength of the prodigal son, the dating expert and the heartbreaker. A direct attack on the president's daughter was too obvious and a bit too hasty. Using roundabout tactics to please the president's wife was a wiser choice. Of course, this was just to give Luke a break. Howard was equally not interested in becoming the president's son-in-law. He was an indulgent prodigal son. He couldn't walk into that grave called marriage even if the president's daughter was also called Mary. 1 teaspoon of cumin, 1 cup of brown sugar, 2 teaspoons of smoked red pepper, 3 teaspoons of dried mustard. The president's wife, who was a bit fluttery, happily revealed the secret recipe. Howard made a serious face as he listened, and took notes on paper. As if he really cared about this secret recipe. The president was bored and silent next to them, inwardly wanted to smash the steak on his plate in the person's face. Why was this guy trying to impress my wife? The president remembered the 2 jokes before and somehow felt like the unlucky innkeeper. The 20-minute meal was filled with Howard's bullshit praise, compliments, and laughter from the president's wife and her daughter. As for the president, like an outsider, he couldn't get a word in at all, so he had nothing to do but talk to Luke. The marriage plan to introduce his daughter was thus disrupted by Howard, who came out of nowhere and made a forceful effort to intrude on their dinner. After dinner, the living room was full of people. While the president's wife was cleaning up in the kitchen, the president finally found an opportunity. He deliberately ignored Howard, who was befriending his daughter, and affectionately pulls Luke, acting like an enthusiastic elder. "Lieutenant General Cavill, what do you think of family and marriage?" The president beat about the bush and winked at his daughter. However, the latter was talking to Howard about the latest Agatha Christie novel and didn't notice her father at all. "I'm still young, not experienced enough, not knowledgeable enough, so I don't have any opinions yet." Luke smiled lightly and avoided the topic. "Are you talking about this, to introduce me to someone, Mr. President?" "I don't have any ideas about this for now, but Howard has always wanted to find the ideal partner. If there's a suitable lady, you might as well introduce him." "Right, Howard." Howard, who had already talked about Agatha Christie to Arthur Conan Doyle, nodded decisively. He had a sincere look in his eyes and his voice was low. "That's right, I have long wanted to settle down and live a quiet life. I just couldn't find my dream soulmate. Mr. President, although there are various rumors about Howard, it's said that he dates 3 or 4 women a week, working during the day and spending the night in hotels, is a master of time management, and had an affair with many Hollywood actresses." Luke took the conversation further and further off topic and said, "But I can assure you that Howard is nothing like what the newspapers have written about him. He is honest, addicted to science, and a friend worthy of association. I believe that he can be a qualified husband and an excellent father in the future." Before the stunned president came to his senses, Howard modestly said, "Luke is the role model I need to follow. Don't look at his young age, he is totally clean and not close to women." The 2 cheeky guys were acting like comedians, bragging about each other commercially, leaving the president with no room to interrupt. After a night full of unexpected surprises, the president was a little exhausted and finally gave up on the idea of pushing his daughter to him. He waved his hand, showing the meaning of sending off. "It's getting a little late, Lieutenant General Cavill, and Mr. Stark, I won't keep you overnight." Luke smiled and immediately got up. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he led Howard away. "How's that? Good acting, right?" Walking out of the Blair house, Howard said triumphantly. "Not only good, I was worried that if I stayed any longer, the president would smash the red wine I brought, on your head," Luke said with a smile. Howard deserved to be a friend of women. Even the president's wife was skillfully manipulated. "So, I paid a heavy price. Luke, don't forget what you promised." Howard couldn't help but felt a chill on his back when he remembered the way the president looked at himself before he left. But, in order to step into the legendary world of magic, to experience those female warlocks, female demons, centaurs. Even if the president notes down his name, it was worth it. "I have said that we're friends, and I wouldn't lie to you. Luke promised. Anyway, he was going to Comatage after the Paris Peace Summit, so having Howard with him was no big deal. Blair House, the presidential suite. After sending away those two troublesome guys, and the president returned to his study. He needed a cigar to calm down. "Who are you?" Just sitting in the chair, a strange figure suddenly appeared in the room. The opponent had his hands behind his back, wore an odd purple helmet, and wore a purple and green vintage robe. "You don't need to know who I am." The stranger's voice was hoarse, and his face, which was grayish, revealed a hint of arrogance. "I have been the pharaoh of Egypt and the monarch of the Persian Empire, but I haven't tried being president yet." The frightened president tried to make a sound, but found his mouth tightly shut. "The young lieutenant general is very strange. I've never heard of his name, and there shouldn't be such a person in history." The stranger spoke to himself, pulled out the chair and took the cigar in the president's hand. "Ah. I also like the smell of tobacco. Howard Stark, he's a famous person, and is worth noting. As for Superman, I need to be careful. I've been observing this timeline for a while, and it's different from the world I once conquered. It's a good thing, it's more interesting to me. It's not easy to avoid the Sorcerer Supreme. After hiding for so long, I found the opportunity to take advantage of the game between the Ancient One and Dormammu." The strangers talked to himself, saying things that the president couldn't understand. By the time the cigar was a third of the way through, there was a shout from outside the study. "Harry, dear, the bath water is ready." The president's wife knocked on the door. "Okay, I'll be right out." A stranger fiddled with his throat, his voice was just like that of the president's. "An interesting life is about to begin." He stood up, took a drug out of his belt and shot it into his neck. Invisible nanomites were injected into his body, and in just a few seconds, they transformed his appearance into that of the president. The latter sat in his chair, motionless, but his eyes were full of fear. The president, as if looking into a mirror, saw the stranger gradually become himself. It's 200th chapter, y'all. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 204, Chapter 201 extra chapter, y'all. A few days later, the Royal Hotel in Paris. Diplomats and delegates from all over the world arrived at the hotel. Outside, there were reporters from major newspapers, and people who were watching the hubbub. The former were carrying long lenses and cannons, and camera flashes kept clicking, and the chirping of clicks kept coming. To use an old cliché, today was a historic moment. For the first time, mankind had made contact with other civilizations and established stable diplomatic relations. Those blue-skinned, underwater Atlanteans. Like a magnet, they attracted everyone's attention. As for the previous wars, because of the quick end, and excluding the coastal cities of the United States, the rest of the country was largely untouched. For the British, the French, and the people all over the world. Naturally, they could continue to communicate with each other as equals in an amicable and friendly manner, as if nothing had happened. Those unpleasant little things should be counted as chalk, erased by water. Anyway, the one who suffered weren't themselves. Superman. Quickly, take a picture. Representing the president. Big news. I've thought of a title. War hero arrives in Paris today. A black car stopped at the entrance of the hotel. The reporters saw the tall figure coming down and quickly clicked on the shutters. At the same time, a loud cheer went up around the area, as if some big Hollywood star was making an appearance. All of a sudden, the atmosphere rose to its peak. I almost thought I was in Hollywood, sitting next to James Dean. Howard glanced at the surging crowd outside and lamented. You're popular in New York, but you are still so popular in Paris. Lieutenant General Cavill is a heartthrob, no wonder the president said so. If he was as popular as you are, the next election would be a no-brainer. This is all Colonel Phillips' work. I don't know if giving him Superman's publicity work was a good thing or a bad thing. After he said so, Luke simply turned his head and waved of his hand. Who knew? The cheers and applause of the crowd became even more intense. Like a tsunami, a wave of shouts came. There was an overly enthusiastic young woman in the front row of the excited crowd. She called Superman's name, and boldly lifted her coat to reveal a beautiful scenery. There was another burst of shutters clicking. The reporters were flushed, not only from the sight of the young woman's firm breasts, but also from the excitement of getting news material. Shocking news. Superman from the land of the free, unexpected encounter with a naked woman. Ha ha, I remember, you are still the liberator of Paris. Had I known that today, I wouldn't have chosen to be a scientist back then. Einstein make women want show him their breasts on their own. Howard said, half teasing and half joking. But he earns $1,000 for every minute he's on stage. He could find 20 or 30 beautiful girls in the red light district of Paris and ask them to show their breasts. Luke shrugged his shoulders and walked through the doors of the hotel, surrounded by servants and bodyguards. There was an interesting incident behind his title of Liberator of Paris. Although the French and Italians were neighbors, they never liked each other. Before Luke became a general, he led howling commandos to help the Allies land in Sicily and capture Rome. Later, Superman's name spread, and the Italians were thick-skinned enough to call the fall of Rome the rescue plan that Italians actively cooperated with. The French ridiculed this, mocking that the Italians could only play this boring game of words, and that when it came to war, they would do nothing but cook pasta and raise their hands in surrender. However, Superman, who brought World War II to a close by eliminating the Third Reich's battleship-class soldiers in Paris, and Charles de Gaulle followed suit by calling him the Liberators of Paris, and claimed that the French Marshal Leclerc, who liberated the city together with Superman, which almost made the Italians next door die of laughter. This was probably the equivalent of a guy with a $0 bank account saying that he and Bill Gates together had more assets than over 90% of the wealthy people in the United States. As they all know, Superman fought against the Third Reich's battleship-class soldiers in Paris. Leclerc was still hiding in Normandy with his armed divisions, apprehensively waiting for news. The extent of the ridiculousness was equivalent to throwing a shuriken at the first Hawkeye 800 miles away, and then boasted that they had fought against Senju Hashirama that time. In response to this, the Italians later made up a lot of insulting articles, and when they met people they knew on the street, they were sure to mention a few to liven up the atmosphere. Many of the classic insulting stories have been passed down from them. I think Colonel Phillips has done a great job of spreading the word. He has made you a popular figure all over the world. Howard, who was a member of the entourage, spoke seriously. But those stories that spread are too exaggerated. Even I feel a bit of shame listening to it. Luke shook his head. Back then, he left the publicity to Colonel Phillips, who had retired, in order to reap the benefits from his reputation. In the end, he didn't expect that he would recruit a group of third-rate writers from nowhere and work tirelessly to create works of art. This led to what Superman later did in Paris, where he fought 300 Aryan demons alone. Breaking into Berlin alone, fighting with the mustached Pharaoh who was the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell, battling it out for 3 days and 3 nights. Stories such as these had spread across the North American continent. This led to a wave of cultural exports to Europe. That's how the female warlock piledriver title was earned. The confrontation between Luke and Sieglinde, after secondary processing by the people, had become increasingly outrageous. This was despite the fact that many newspapers had repeatedly dispelled the rumors and issued announcements to correct the claims. But the independent thinking public didn't believe it at all. There were also complaints from Superman's fans who called and sent letters of complaint, saying that this was a denigration and contempt for the war hero. How could a mere 3 battleship classes reflect the power of Superman? It had to be 300. Moreover, those Aryan demons wouldn't be big and burly super soldiers. They must have been 4 or 5 meters tall, like a moving mountain. With horns on their heads, dark-skinned, and ferocious. Spit hell flames from their mouths and eat flesh, blood, and souls. This is the price of fame. Howard gloated. By the way, are you really going to take me to those exciting things when the conference is over? Naturally, he didn't come to Paris with Luke to participate in the peace summit. Of course. I never lie. Luke nodded and walked into the elevator. See you this afternoon, and while you're at it, go have some fun. The girls of Paris are very welcoming. The peace summit will take place tomorrow at the Palace of Versailles in the Yvelines, just outside the southwest suburbs of Paris. The duration of the meeting, which will last for 3 days, was similar to that of the previous Yalta meeting. Just a few extra flags waving, symbolic appearances, and small countries that don't even have the right to vote. I'd like to visit Moulin Rouge and see the dancers dancing with their legs showing. Howard reached out and pressed the 22nd floor, but he didn't hide his idea of collecting fond memories. Then I wish you a pleasant experience. Remember, if you meet a beautiful dancer named Satin, please let me know. Luke smiled and said something about a movie character that Howard wouldn't understand. The elevator door was about to close when a hand caught the gap in the middle. I'm sorry, I need to get on too. A nation face appeared in Luke's line of sight. The man was in his 30s, dressed in a suit, and a refined demeanor. General Cavill. If I'm not mistaken. The Asian man who rushed onto the elevator spoke fluent English. You must be Director Zheng Xian. Luke paused and smiled. In addition to the United States, Britain, the Soviet Union and France, S.P.E.R, which represented the East, participated in the peace summit. The man standing in front of him was the leader of present-day SPEAR. Ha ha, surprisingly, Lieutenant General Cavill knows my name. Zheng Xian was slightly surprised. S.P.E.R always kept a low profile, and outsiders only knew his last name. Being able to say his full name proved that this director of SHIELD also knew a few things about him. In the Pacific battlefield, SPEAR sent the Japanese superhumans to break up the battle, which impressed me a lot. The corner of Luke's mouth tugged a little. Compared to SHIELD, which was still in the development stage, SPEAR was much stronger. That's all the little things that aren't on the table. A while ago, Atlantis was stirring up trouble on the coast and was almost skewered by us like a lobster. Was captured, as a captive. Zheng Xian blurted out and exposed the true nature of eating the losing side in China. Is Director Zheng the only one coming to this peace summit? Luke asked calmly with a friendly attitude. Well, there was also the unruly Agent Yang. He was good at using two guns, which was the trump card of SPEAR. He loved to talk to people about whether there were bullets in the gun. Zheng Xian didn't hide his thoughts. He smiled and said, "It's just that something happened in the middle of the way here. Agent Yang has another mission, so I was left alone." Luke was so moved. Something could make S.P.E.R dispatch him. That must be a big thing. Translator, Agent Yang /Yang Xuanjing equals basically the Jason Bourne of China, in the Indiana Jones era, with way worse special effects. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 205, Chapter 202 Red Light District Dancers, there are 5 traitors. The elevator went all the way to the 20th floor, and with a ding, the thick metal door opened automatically. "I'm here. Lieutenant General Cavill, let's talk again next time." Zheng Xian pulled open the iron fence outside and walked out, then turned his head and smiled at Luke. "Chatting with Director Zheng is very interesting. See you tomorrow at Versailles." Luke also had a smile on his lips and made a happy expression of having a pleasant conversation. When they left, Howard withdrew his strange look and asked, "I never knew you knew anything about Eastern culture, and you had such a good time talking to that SPEAR guy. There are many things you don't know. Howard, as a Casanova, you should understand one thing: keep your mystique and surprise people whenever you can, in order to maintain your appeal." When the 22nd floor arrived, Luke stepped out of the elevator, stepped on the soft carpet, and arrived at the corridor. "Treat Zheng Xian a little politer. Don't think that he was easy to talk to. If you really offend him, you will suffer." Thinking of Howard's sharp tongue, Luke made a special note to avoid any conflict between the two sides that might end badly. S.P.E.R, with profound background, was founded by Zhang Heng of the Brotherhood of the Shield, who was a big shot who actually spoke with a Celestial. With Kun Lun and the Celestial, the overall strength was much higher than that of the Avengers in its heyday. Luke would have a headache if he really had to face them. It should be known that even holding the 10 rings in his hand, the powerful Mandarin still couldn't stay in China, and had to flee overseas. From this, the hidden strength of SPEAR could be surmised. "I understand. Do I look like the kind of person who causes trouble?" Howard muttered with some dissatisfaction and turned around to walk to his suite. He didn't invite Luke to the red light district for a preview either, as the other was an official lieutenant general and had to preside over the peace summit at Versailles tomorrow. At this time, if it was rumored that he ran to the sex venues and watched the dancers show their legs, his reputation would definitely be affected. Howard wasn't the kind of guy who only knew how to play and couldn't tell the difference between what's important and not. "I take back what I said before. There's nothing envious about being a celebrity, at least I can have fun now, and you could only stay in the hotel room." Howard chuckled twice, humming a light tune, ready to take a break and gather his strength for the fierce battle at night. "By the way, Howard, a friendly reminder." Luke opened the door, but didn't go in, as if remembering something. According to statistics, when the Third Reich occupied Paris, there were hundreds of temporary prostitutes in this city, so you should pay attention. Howard, who was in a good mood, changed his face instantly. The thought that he might get infected with AIDS suddenly dispelled his excitement. Just like entering the sage mode, everything became dull. "You are such an asshole, Luke. Do I have to spend a boring afternoon stuck in a hotel too?" Howard said bitterly. Then, with a bang, he slammed on the door. "It's a good reminder." Luke shrugged his shoulders, showing a happy smile when the prank succeeded. What he said wasn't groundless. Patrick Bisson said later that in the summer of 1940, France turned into a giant nude camp, and the Germans came in with a flourish. The irony was particularly obvious. In those days, the occupiers of the Third Reich had exclusive brothels filled with Parisian women who sold their bodies for a living. The most interesting thing was that in 1942, 2 million men were locked up in prison in France, but the birth rate in that year soared. Therefore, Luke reminded Howard to manage his lower body, and not mess around blindly. If he ran to the red light district of Paris at this time, he would probably have a 30 to 40% chance of winning the game. In case Howard was really that unfortunate, wouldn't it be a direct change for the future, and Iron Man would disappear? I'm doing this for your own good. Luke closed the door, took off his uniform jacket, and leaned back on the bed with his hands on the back of his head, quietly meditating. However, what happened to S.P.E.R? To actually make the director himself get involved. He was very interested in the other mission that Zheng Xian said before. If it's just a peace summit, the other party would never come to Paris. Previously, SHIELD had a meeting with them, but the delegation was absent. At night, the banquet hall of the Royal Hotel. In order to welcome delegations from all over the world and the liberator of Paris, the French made a big show out of it. Top-notch chefs, top-notch service, the magnificent building and beautiful dancers. For a while, the atmosphere was very enthusiastic. Delegations from various countries gathered in small circles in groups of 3 or 5. The atmosphere of the cocktail party was relaxing and elegant, the music flowed, and the long tables were filled with a wide variety of food, which could be enjoyed at will. There was also an eye-catching broad stage, a graceful female singer, and all the charming dancers. It was simply immersive and overwhelming, just like a guy who followed Luke. Howard, who was depressed and bored, immediately perked up as if he had been injected with a stimulant. Look at you, don't you have the poise and reserve of a genius scientist? Luke took a sip of champagne and spoke in disgust. If I maintained my poise and reserve, I would have had to lie in the hotel bed tonight, enjoying my loneliness and solitude. Howard justified, if I lose the above, I could spend the night with a spirited Parisian dancer. 90% of men will know how to answer this multiple choice question. There was no risk with the French dance company. I hope you'll be able to stand up tomorrow. Luke left the excited and energetic Howard waiting to be released, and walked up to Zheng Xian with his champagne. This SPER director was obviously a knowledgeable, battle-hardened veteran driver. After a few glances at the dancer's white thighs, he withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the French blue lobster on his plate. The pink and beautiful lobster meat, lying quietly in the plate, made people's fingers tingle. Does Director Zheng Xian like the food? Luke passed the tableside condiment to the other party. You can squeeze a little lemon juice, if you can bear it. Zheng Xian took the soy sauce without touching the lemon and smiled. Good to see you again, Lieutenant General Cavill. I'm not going to lie to you, I don't have any other hobbies, but I have a love for food. Luke wasn't surprised at all. It was normal for Chinese people to bring their own food-eating habits. Fortunately, then, the peace summit was held in Paris, not London. He said. The British fish and chips, French fries and fish, as well as the Stargazy pie, would probably drive a Chinese person crazy. Ha 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 ha, Lieutenant General Cavill sure is funny. Zheng Xian took a bite of his lobster meat and showed a satisfied expression on his face. To be honest, SPEAR attended the Peace Summit for another purpose besides discussing the issue of Atlantis. Luke leaned to his side and smiled softly. Can you tell me? If it's confidential, then I won't pry. Lieutenant General Cavill is the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a World War II hero. There's nothing to hide. Zheng Xuan replied readily. Then again, I still have something to ask the Lieutenant General for. Luke's eyes flashed, secretly sighing. This SPEAR director didn't have any ability to speak of, but in terms of talking, he was very good. Speaking without being condescending, generous and unrestrained, but still made people unconsciously feel that he was approachable. Director Zheng Xuan, please tell me. I have a good understanding of the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and SPEAR. It's a duty to help each other when things go wrong. Luke was straightforward, making his stance clear. It would be convenient for them to have a good relationship with SPEAR in the future. SHIELD was positioned as an international official organization. Maintaining good relations with major countries in the world was beneficial and not harmful. Lieutenant General Cavill is also a straightforward man. Zheng Xuan agreed and chewed on the sweet, springy lobster meat. Then I'll be frank. There are 5 traitors within SPEAR. Read next 40+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 206. Chapter 203. There are some things that you get used to when you do them. There was a traitor in S.P.E.R. Luke's first reaction when he heard the news was that it felt unreal. As many people know, SHIELD was jokingly called the Snake Shield Bureau because of the large number of newcomers. In addition to the director and a few reliable confidants, the staff were basically all Hydra. When Nick Fury learned the truth, bitter wine went into his throat. He dissolved S.H.I.E.L.D. and went underground. Therefore, in terms of hating traitors, he must have a common topic with Jin, the big brother of a famous distillery. The other was lurking undercover, for over 3 years, and was almost becoming the boss of the trade. And the both of them believed that they were obviously doing serious work to develop the organization. Only to find that there were a group of traitors around, and the base had been infiltrated from top to bottom. Traitors. So, the main purpose of Director Zheng Xuan's visit to Paris this time is to search for those 5 people. Luke's face remained unchanged. He took a sip of champagne to calm his inner surprise. S.P.E.R. could have traitors. This doesn't make sense. As far as he knew, the members there were all firm in their beliefs, as if they had been sealed with a steel bond. Not to mention a traitor of the organization, they had never even revealed a seam. Compared with superheroes who were active in the decadent capitalist society, their ideological outlook wasn't as high as that. Everyone knew that the superhero circle in the land of the free had always been a mess. Those domestic violence, disorderly private life, even the Dark Prince from the studio next door cuckolded people, all kinds of problems, one after another. If this was in S.P.E.R., it would be a serious problem to be dealt with by examination, confinement and even suspension. As a matter of fact, no matter which parallel universe it was, when it came to discipline and organization, no one was better than China. Translator, PSSH. I roll I can name a few. This was why Luke reacted with surprise. S.P.E.R. could have traitors. And 5 at once. This doesn't sound credible at all. General Cavill, you seem surprised. Zheng Xuan gave Luke a strange look as he pulled at the lobster meat. He always felt that this Lieutenant General Superman seemed to know a lot about SPEAR. From the moment they met, the other party displayed a type of "I expected it all and I already figured out what you were going to say next" sort of aura. He seemed to be in control of the whole situation, knew everything, and had confidence with every move he made. Zheng Xuan has met so many great people. He had even dealt with the Kunlun monks for some time, even if they were hidden from the world. But it was the first time he had ever met someone like Luke. Indeed. Regardless of the shield or spear, we're an intelligence agency. The emergence of traitors isn't a trivial matter. Luke said lightly, but looking at Director Zheng Xuan, you don't seem to be in a hurry. In all seriousness, they aren't really members of SPEAR. Zheng Xuan smiled, wiped his mouth, and spoke with a smile. It was actually quite a long time ago that the 5 traitors stole an important treasure and then escaped from S.P.E.R's jurisdiction. There is an old saying in China, family shame must not be revealed. So, at that time, SPEAR didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Just a large-scale search and arrest for a while. No one was found, and that was it. Who knew? Not long ago, we received news that the 5 traitors secretly sacrificed to the evil gods and caused a lot of trouble in Southeast Asia. Luke's eyes flashed. Although Zheng Xuan was vague, but he still saw through the content, and filled in the whole event. The 5 traitors probably were the founders of the Hand clan. They were originally bitter monks in Kunlun, but secretly stole the dragon bones and came to this world. The 5 escaped the pursuit of S.P.E.R, traveled all over the world, and finally took root in Japan after World War II. The evil gods that Zheng Xuan mentioned was in fact the dimensional beast outside the main universe. The Hand didn't know where it exists and still worships it as a god. From time to time, they would look for a suitable container for the other to descend into. The host of the parasite was named Black Sky. The body's potential would be developed, and all aspects of power would be greatly enhanced. Daredevil was once transformed into a Black Sky, opened Shadowland, and grinded the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen to the ground. I see. So, what can SHIELD do to help? Luke asked politely. Although S.P.E.R was powerful and profound. However, because there was no contact with the outside world, their intelligence network was still a bit lacking. Perhaps, Zheng Xuan never expected it either. The 5 traitors he was looking for were actually hiding in Japan. This may be shadow under the lamp. If SHIELD could help, that would be great. Agent Yang is an excellent marksman with excellent business skills. But in the end, he is unfamiliar with the area, and trying to find the 5 traitors would be akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Zheng Xuan didn't seem to notice that Luke was just being polite. He took the gesture literally, and eagerly said, on behalf of SPEAR, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Lieutenant General Cavill for this matter. Luke paused and looked at Zheng Xuan's serious face and enthusiastic attitude. Did I just trip into the hole I dug? He couldn't help but think of this. Walking at the beach, inevitably your feet would get wet. He was the one to ever pull the wool over people's eyes, to trap those wicked capitalists. Who would have thought that tonight, I would have met my opponent and unknowingly fallen for Director Zheng's tactics? Director Zheng Xuan, after saying so much, it turns out you were waiting for me here. Luke shook his head, but there was no sense of being annoyed. This guy was a sociable person, talking openly and generously, seemingly having nothing to hide, making people feel good. But in fact, important information was hidden even deeper. Sure enough, these days, those who could mingle with the director weren't ordinary people. Ha ha ha, I am thin-skinned and afraid of being rejected. Don't take it to heart, Lieutenant General. If there's an opportunity, I'll invite you to try the 8 famous cuisines in China, and guarantee that you would never taste the same dishes each day. Take it as a compensation for the offense. Zheng Xuan's laughter was bright and clear, still with the same warm look. Please don't take that little request to heart. Luke pondered for a moment and shook his head. No way. When you ask for help, you have to be sincere. In accordance with the norms of China, we must at least drink a few rounds before we get down to business. Without waiting for Zheng Xuan's answer, Luke beckoned to the waiter with the tray. It's okay to promise help, consider it doing a good deed. But for his small loss to the other party, he had to get it back. Vodka. Keep it coming. Luke waved his hand with great pride. The waiter quickly brought over several cases of vodka supplied by the Soviet delegation. Director Zheng Xuan, a toast. Luke didn't waste any time, he just poured himself a glass. Anyway, no matter how strong the liquor was, it was no different than soda for him. Then, a toast. Zheng Xuan finally showed a bitter smile. He didn't expect that the tradition of drinking in China had been imported to foreign countries. As the old saying goes, give your life to accompany a gentleman, like loyal brothers in arms. Lieutenant General, I'm throwing caution to the wind today. Zheng Xuan thought that he was a veteran drinker, and he was undefeated when drinking, so he tilted his head and downed 3 shots at once. Whether he could outdrink him or not, he couldn't lose the momentum. As a result, a good welcome banquet turned into an alcohol-tasting party. The Soviet Union's delegate, who was sitting on the other side, also joined in. After all, where there was vodka, they would be there. When they saw that the boxes of vodka quickly bottomed out, the waiters were busy replenishing the drinks. Before long, the whole venue was filled with Luke's request for more rounds, and people slamming their glasses on the table with thuds. I'm not drunk. I can keep drinking. Come on. Cavil, a toast. 2 hours later, Zheng Xuan, who had always been steady, opened his mouth and spoke with a slur. Except for Luke, who was still awake and sitting upright, even the Soviet Union's delegate was lying under the table. The whole venue was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. As for the French and the English, they were already snarling rude barbarians, while escorting the dancers back to their rooms. Sent Director Zheng Xuan back to his room. Luke nodded with satisfaction as he watched Zheng Xuan slide halfway down his chair. Later, he looked for a hot Parisian girl, to truly let Director Zheng know what the word exotic meant. Of course, whether the other party would write a self-reflection and apology letter to the organization afterwards, wasn't Luke's concern. I hope Director Zheng won't take this little prank to heart. Looking at Zheng Xuan, who was supported out, Luke shrugged his shoulders. He came to Paris, the city of love. How could he not have an encounter? Early in the morning, the next day. As I thought, you might not have the energy to attend the meeting after a night of tossing and turning. Luke, who was sitting in the restaurant enjoying breakfast, glanced at Howard, who looked weak in the legs and had thick dark circles under his eyes. He couldn't help mocking, your health is really dying, so you can buy some mummy powder. In Europe from 17th to 19th century, many doctors thought me pigment could cure all diseases. Arthritis, stroke, tuberculosis, everything could be cured. Among them, decomposition. The most famous claim was that it was an aphrodisiac, which was used when sildenafil, a drug commonly known as Viagra, wasn't developed yet. If one wanted to solve male problems, one could only turn to prescriptions. It was all an accident. Last night while you were drinking with the Soviets, I saw my target and launched an attack on a beautiful dancer, suggesting that the party be over and inviting her to my room to talk about the mysteries of biological reproduction. Howard rubbed his waist and sat down, but his face was flushed with excitement. As a result, who would have thought that she had an equally beautiful sister? I couldn't hold back for a second. It would have been impossible for anyone to turn down the two warm and generous twin sisters standing in front of them. Luke smeared the croissant with a layer of jam and snickered, "It's best to live within your means. You aren't young, Howard. 1 against 2 is a challenging mission, even for you." Howard, who was pulling at the bacon slices, grunted and puffed up his chest. Sometimes skills are more important than physical strength. I've been in and out of love for so many years. I've already summed up a set of secret techniques. I can teach it to you next time, Luke. Stay away from me, I'm not interested in talking about sex with a man. Luke showed a disdainful expression and solemnly said, I am still young, physical strength and durability is the biggest capital. I don't have to use those childish things. Howard, who suffered tons of crit damage, sourly said, that's what I envy most about Superman. After a few words, Luke, wiping his mouth, saw a wobbly Zheng Xuan entering the restaurant. He quickly greeted him with a smile on his face. Director Zheng, how was your night? I believe you have fully felt the enthusiasm of the people of Paris. Zheng Xuan, who was still hungover, saw Luke walking over, and wanted to spit on his face. This morning, he woke up to find a foreign girl in his arms. Scattered clothes were on the carpet, and the sheets on the bed were a mess. His foggy head was instantly awake. This was a blunder, he would be reprimanded when he got back. When he walked out of the room, Zheng Xuan was already thinking about how to tell the organization and write a heartfelt letter of self-reflection. General Cavill, you've caused problems for me. Zheng Xuan was very regretful now. Drinking causes problems, the elders weren't lying. Director Zheng, you're still single, and not even engaged. Having a foreign love affair. The spring of youth. It's a good story to have. Luke said while smiling, then patted the other on the shoulder, see you at Versailles later. Looking at the young general, Zheng Xuan silently went to the table, holding a cup of hot milk in both hands, sipping it while paying tribute to his lost chastity. This kind of thing. You get used to it eventually. Howard, who still felt his legs were weak, stood up and comforted him. When he was 16 years old, after a passionate encounter with a female teacher, he felt the same way as Zheng Xuan. By the way, do you want to go to the Moulin Rouge tonight? I can show you the sights and sounds of Paris. Hearing Howard's friendly question, Zheng Xuan trembled all over. Thinking of the mountain of self-reflection letters and the organization's reprimand, he quickly shook his head. It was no wonder that before going abroad, the leaders lectured him with great enthusiasm, that there were too many temptations in the outside world, and the sugar-coated bullets of capitalism can corrupt people's hearts. At that time, Zheng Xuan didn't take it to heart and thought he was strong-minded and fearless. He never expected to be cautious, but step by step, still fell into Luke's hands. I'm sorry, leader. The SPEAR director, with tears in his eyes, thought silently. Read the next 40+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 47 comments. Vote. Chapter 207, Chapter 204. At Versailles, delegations from various countries entered one after another. At the top, naturally, are the 5 bullies, TSK. The 5 permanent members. As early as the Yalta Conference, they had already planned the basic outline of the establishment of the United Nations. Later, with the formal signing of the Charter of the United Nations, this international organization, whose symbolic meaning was greater than the actual meaning, was formally established. That's why Luke thought he could set out to create a World Security Council and get the full-scale version of SHIELD out in advance. Are you ready? You're going to make an opening speech later. The world will see Superman and judge your words and actions. Howard sat back listlessly. After last night's brutal slaying, he really felt his body was hollowed out. His body was like an overworked and overloaded machine. It must be tapered a bit. Howard rubbed his sore back and changed to a more comfortable sitting position. Why would I have stage fright? I just need to read from the script. Luke acted calmly, as the president should have done on this occasion. However, the latter gave him the job. In less than a year, the lieutenant general rose rapidly at an alarming rate and became a mountain that neither the White House nor the Pentagon dared to take lightly. To achieve such results, in addition to his own strength, he relied more on the historical progress and opportunities. Instead of worrying about my problems, you might as well think about yours. How could your overindulged, weak body would be able to cope with those thirsty, wolf-like female warlocks? Howard was suddenly awaked by Luke's mockery. He thought very seriously and finally decided to cancel his trip to Moulin Rouge tonight. Do you think I should let Stark Industries cross over into the pharmaceutical industry? After hesitating for a few seconds, Howard asked another question. He was always confident, but for the first time he showed hesitation and embarrassment. After all, this was a man's unspeakable weakness. You want to make that thing? Luke paused, wondering whether to give sildenafil to Howard, whose kidney was overdrawn in middle age. He still remembered the molecular formula and synthetic method to some extent. He saw some urban stories in his last life, and many leading characters made their fortune like this. Forget it, I'll hire a fitness instructor and start working hard. Howard was disillusioned and waved his hand. The research period for drugs was too long, and a distant dream couldn't fix a current problem. At this moment, he realized the helplessness of being an ordinary person. If he had Superman's physique, like Luke, or a super soldier, like Rogers, how nice would it be? Luke scanned the speech, not bothering to pay attention to Howard, who was depressed. If he knew that this guy wanted to become a super soldier just for the sake of the number of women at night, he would certainly feel disgusted. A few minutes later, the Atlanteans finally entered the venue, which could fill almost half of the oval long table. Wearing breathing helmets, these underwater people stepped through the doors and instantly became the focus of the audience. Reporters at the conference pressed their shutters harder and the strobe lights formed a continuous barrage of flashes. Because Namor suffered from a broken back, he couldn't move. Therefore, the delegates attending the Peace Summit were replaced by the heads of the 3 largest tribes, the Hammerhead Shark, the Orca and the Seahorse. At this meeting, they would jointly propose that Namor be removed from the throne. Also, adding this clause to the terms of the agreement. As for whether to send him to the guillotine, the three commanders were still deliberating on it for the time being. The royal family of Atlantis had maintained a long reign. The tribes under them usually behaved very docilely, and made no changes. However, when there was a power vacuum, some Atlanteans were inevitably tempted. No matter how they do it, kicking Namor out was the key. Let's get started. Representatives of various countries exchanged draft peace agreements with each other. The specific details had been discussed in Liberty Island. What's left were the formalities. Incidentally, indicating to the world, the human world has established diplomatic relations with Atlantis and reached a preliminary exchange between civilizations. After the two sides roughly looked at it and confirmed that the provisions were correct, Luke, as the opening speaker, got up with a smile and walked onto the stage. Dialogue and reconciliation are the path to peace. I'm glad to see the two sides, the marine civilization represented by the Atlanteans and the land civilization represented by humans, come together. As a pacifist, I sincerely hope that this is just the beginning, not the end. A glorious history will be created, and a bright future will be in our hands. Everything the young man said on the high platform were transmitted as radio waves into thousands of households. On the black and white TV set, Luke's tall figure and cold face appeared. Every word that came out of his mouth was full of power, strong and resounding. See. This is Superman. He has become a hero in the eyes of the world, a symbol of greatness. In a mansion in London, a man with a dark face and a low voice looked at the picture on TV and sneered. The man was unusually tall, dressed in a tuxedo-like suit, and a meticulously combed hair. The most striking thing was the diamond-shaped ruby on his forehead, glowing with a demonic light. What can be done about that? Sebastian Shaw was an alpha mutant. And Namor, with dual genes of Atlantis and mutants, could be said to be one of the most powerful people on the planet. Leaning back on the sofa, Selene, the enchanting Black Queen, sighed. The two of us were unable to defeat Superman, and even suffered a crushing defeat. Furthermore, he's highly resistant to magic, and I didn't have much of an advantage in the last brief encounter. The man paced back and forth, occasionally looking at Luke on the TV, his face as deep as water. Will this damn Superman interfere with my plans? A moment later, he stopped and looked at the Black Queen. Who knows? Sebastian Shaw pissed him off because of mutants. Selene, the Black Queen, stretched her back, revealing her beautiful curves. Superman seems to be interested in mutants. No, more accurately, he seems to want to bring us under his control. It looks like an implicit desire for power. Heh. In that case, Superman is not as bright as it seems. The tall man said so. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had his own business to take care of for the time being and had no desire to be Superman's enemy. The fellow's strength was proven by many people, with bloody consequences. Nathaniel, are you afraid too? I thought your fear of the strong was much lower after having faced a mutant god. The Black Queen teases the other party purposefully, as the people who were watching from the sides didn't matter. Apocalypse is naturally the most powerful being that I have ever seen. He is infinitely close to God, and my ability is also given by him. The tall man, whose full name was Nathaniel Essex, was a radical genetic researcher. In fact, he noticed mutants earlier than Bolivar Trask and Sebastian Shaw. Nathaniel Essex had a more well-known name than his real name, Mr. Sinister. He and the Black Queen were both considered elders of the mutant race. Sebastian Shaw, in front of these two people, had to consider himself as a junior. I'm a scientist and believe in data. Judging from Superman's record, his strength is probably close to Apocalypse, not much worse. Mr. Sinister chuckled in a deep low voice, like a ghost. I really hope we can keep a peaceful situation with him. As for the mutants, I don't care if they live or die. The Black Queen was a little disappointed. She still wanted to motivate Mr. Sinister and provoke the conflict between the other party and Superman. That's a pity, I rarely have such a strong desire for a man. The moment I saw him, I just wanted to eat him up. The attractive woman watched the man on TV. Her cheeks blushed as if she was drunk. Luke narrowed his eyes and said, "Why have you not joined Patreon yet? Read next 40 chapters only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Comment. 27 comments. Vote. Chapter 208, Chapter 205 I have a dream to become a dimensional demon god. Give up your unrealistic fantasies. Superman isn't like other men. He's the ultimate powerhouse who can beat Sebastian Shaw and Namor in one fell swoop, and you may not be able to drain him." Looking at the lusty appearance of the Black Queen, Mr. Sinister poured cold water on her fantasies. He knew that the other party was proficient in black and white magic and was once a feared and famous witch. The most passionate about drawing out the living soul to replenish her vitality and prolong her life. To Selene, a superior man like Superman was simply a delicious meal. The idea of a young body that was strong and vigorous was mouth-watering. Mr. Sinister could guarantee that if Superman appeared in this mansion, Selene would definitely take the initiative to ask him to bed without hesitation. That's not necessarily true. The Black Queen's red lips gently opened, her eyes revealed a confident look. No matter how strong the individual is, the male creature's instincts wouldn't change. The possessive nature within your bones, as well as the predatory and demanding nature, always exists. As a witch with long life, Selene was well informed and experienced. Her understanding of things between men and women was no worse than that of magic. She gently supported her cheek with one hand, and her beautiful, charming body leaned against the sofa, showing a lazy amorous aura. Mr. Sinister turned a blind eye. He was a mad scientist, similar to Sebastian Shaw. His desire for women was far less than the pursuit of power and the exploration of truth. The dual physical and psychological satisfaction of possessing a superb, attractive female creature is a temptation that no man can resist. The Black Queen stared at Luke on TV and thought she had a good chance to accept him as a servant under her skirt. After all, he was only a young man in his 20s. Everyone had experiences and knowledge that needed enough time to be honed to grow truly. There's a saying in the East. People who are good at swimming often drown easily. Mr. Sinister reminded her and didn't add anything else. His relationship with the Black Queen was not a commanding officer or a subordinate who obeys orders. You have to give it a try, Nathaniel. The Black Queen didn't pay attention to the other's reminder but smiled lightly. I have absorbed so many souls, but I am still a long way from achieving my goal. Superman is as close as you've ever seen to the power of Apocalypse. His soul quality is completely beyond the standard, which is enough to make up for the lack of quantity. Selene, who had been active in the European continent since the Roman Empire, was tired of all the novelty in the world, leaving only one goal. That was to become a demon god in charge of a certain dimension. On par with the Sorcerer Supreme. The one after that. In fact, it was more difficult than becoming a god. In the circle of dimensional demons, there were also different stages. As strong as the Lord of Oblivion, Cyttorak. At his peak, he was able to arm wrestle with the 5 gods of the universe and living tribunal provided he stayed in his realm. For a big boss of this level, even the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One had to show due respect. There was also the often overlooked Trinity of Vishanti, which could be said to be the most powerful magic deity under eternity. The Sorcerer Supremes of the past, there's a reason why they were such high profiles. In addition to their strength, it was closely related to their deep background and solid backing. Those who wanted to stretch their tentacles into the main universe needed to give some respect. In contrast, the underdog was Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. There was also Dormammu, who often pulled the wool over people's eyes, and who had repeatedly failed to collect debts and had been banned. The former refers to the time when he failed to sit on Satan's throne and unify Hell. That was Mephisto's peak moment, daring to compete with Odin, and also hammered the planet devourer Galactus. However, the strength of this Hell Lord fluctuated, and when he was weak, even Doctor Strange could stomp him to the ground. So, when it came to ranking, it was customary to put him at the tail end. The latter, Dormammu, failed to live up to the amazing opportunity simply because his upper limit was too low. Originally a sorcerer, he accidentally discovered the dark dimension and entered it, becoming its master. Just like a novice village player suddenly experiencing a promotion to a super advanced level. This also resulted in the fact that Dormammu, a dimensional demon, had no individual power corresponding to it. To sum up, in the circle of dimension demons, the starting point was the All-Father, and the upper limit could be as high as the Omniverse. With the ability of the Black Queen, unless luck breaks out, ruling over a dimension like Dormammu. If not, even if she did become a god, she would die as the weakest kind. Challenging the Ancient One head-on was a dream. As long as it doesn't interfere with my plan, do whatever you want, Mr. Sinister stated. He was very happy to see the Black Queen diverted Superman's attention and created more opportunities for himself. Haha, if Apocalypse really wakes up, what would you do? The Black Queen said lazily. The mutant god surely would never have imagined that his loyal underling was in truth a shameful thief who wanted to steal power. Mr. Sinister's face remained unchanged, without the slightest hint of annoyance. In the first half of his life, he was no different from ordinary people getting married, having children, and starting a family. The only difference was probably the special status of a geneticist. In the 19th century, Darwin published the theory of evolution, which caused a shock to the academic community. One of his British counterparts, Mr. Sinister, wrote an even more radical and unacceptable paper. For a while, both were strongly questioned, and the voice of criticism surged like a flood. To prove that his theory was correct, Mr. Sinister began to devote all his time to research, thus becoming a little insane. One day, he was involved in the excavation work of an Egyptian archaeological team when he encountered the awakening of Apocalypse. The mutant god himself was a supporter of the theory of survival of the fittest. He found that Mr. Sinister's research was quite to his appetite. So, in a good mood, he gave Nathaniel Essex powerful abilities and took him under his wing. However, Apocalypse didn't think that Mr. Sinister was a traitor. He didn't worship a mutant buried in the ground, sleeping for years, as a supreme god. But thinking about how to steal the other party's power and become the god of the new world instead. Celine, instead of worshipping others, we should be on the altar of God ourselves. Mr. Sinister turned off the TV. The diamond-shaped gem on his forehead glowed. Mutant genes contain the secrets of the gods, which I will soon be able to decipher. Apocalypse is just a backward-thinking old man who has never thought about exploring the source of his power. But I am different. I know the value of knowledge and the value of truth. The Black Queen looked at Mr. Sinister with great enthusiasm, the corners of her mouth slightly curved, and said, "You intend to work with Hydra to establish a mutant gene database?" "As far as I know, Superman's Shield has been working on this for a long time." Mr. Sinister's face darkened, and he snorted, "Then we'll see who can get to the finish line first." He believed that by studying mutants, the genetic code could be unlocked. Then he could become an almost all-powerful mutant god like Apocalypse. "Selene, if you want to seduce Superman, you should hurry." Mr. Sinister's eyes moved slightly and whispered, "After the Peace Summit, his reputation will reach its peak." A man with a successful career, at the peak of his life, usually has little resistance to beautiful women, feeling full of satisfaction. The Black Queen seemed to be motivated. She tossed her hair back, smiling charmingly. "Paris is worth a visit." At Versailles, Luke, who finished his opening speech, returned to his seat and suddenly felt a chill on his back, like a cold wind blowing over. "Who's thinking of me?" He glanced around and found no suspicious characters. Lieutenant General Superman, whose reputation had set a new record, didn't know that someone was greedy for his body, far away in London. Selene, the Black Queen, met Luke only once last time, and they never encountered each other again. After getting rid of Sebastian Shaw, he didn't care about the other party either. "Good results. I was almost moved to tears by you." Howard leaned over quietly and teased, "A pacifist, that's funny enough." "Shut up. You're in no position to say that, Howard." Luke cast a contemptuous look and sneered, "Every penny Stark Industries earns comes from war and death." Howard decisively shut up and stopped talking. Every company's history was always accompanied by subversion and violation of the rules. Especially in the military-industrial enterprises, the constant flow of money flowing into their pockets had the strong smell of blood. They relied on war and chaos to complete the amassment. As Marx said, "Capital comes dripping from head to toe, from every pore, with blood and dirt." Therefore, people with too high a moral bottom line were often unsuitable to participate in the game of politics and finance. Even if he was as cheeky as Howard, he was too embarrassed to say that he was a businessman with a conscience. "It's your turn to step up." After a while, Luke bumped his shoulder against Howard and whispered, "After this, it's the technology sharing session with Atlantis. I gave you a list before, have you read it all?" "What?" "Oh, that, I've got it all down." Howard, who dozed off with his head down, snapped awake, and his tired face became excited. "Shield gave me 3 places to choose from: the portable life support system, reverse reduction of high-pressure water cannon, and special energy dissipation and shock absorption technology of Atlantis." Luke nodded with satisfaction. It seems Howard was still obsessed with the power armor. These 3 technical aspects were the difficulties encountered when developing power armor and putting it into practical use. The first-generation Iron Man. Done. Watch your performance, don't let Atlantis get too upset. Luke patted Howard's shoulder. The agreement drawn up by the Peace Summit required the underwater people to provide 20 cutting-edge technologies to the land world. This was the most crucial one besides establishing diplomatic and trade channels. Business negotiation, cutting meat with a blunt knife, this is my strong point. With his chin slightly raised, Howard put on a pair of gold wire glasses to cover the dark circles under his eyes and sat down in the main seat with his head held high. When facing Luke, he was coy, but when it came to the defeated Atlanteans, he could finally throw a serious punch. Luke looked straight through the screen and said, "This chapter is over. Go and join Patreon to read the next 40 translated chapters right now." Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 209, Chapter 206 Paris Nightlife, There's a Great Omen. Only the first hour of signing the agreement process between the world and Atlantis was broadcasted live. The last 2-hour meeting was about the distribution of benefits, exchange of resources, and other key items that weren't made public. Sending it out may interfere with people's good mood worldwide, as well as their bright dreams and fantasies about politics on the surface. After all, no one was willing to expose their true face as a snatcher to the public. Even the 5 Bully Cown, permanent members, at this moment, were no different from takers. Regardless of country and civilization, they were essentially divided between the strong and weak and to exploit others or be exploited. As long as the game was played, there would always be a loser. As for the win-win situation mentioned in the official rhetoric, in fact, it's more like the stronger side would win twice. It's only the first day, and I feel like it's been forever. Howard stepped down like a triumphant general. He succeeded in getting the technology he wanted from Atlantis. In addition, he also used his deep and unparalleled expertise, as well as the relevant professional genius brain, to get the core content of the subsequent content. Howard constantly threw out various academic terms and exploded indiscriminately in the face of those aggressive undersea people. Like Napoleon's army in the Battle of Waterloo, they could only retreat and raise the white flag. The result was exactly what Luke expected. Howard was also a veteran who often went in and out of the Pentagon, pulled the wool over Congress, and cheated out some military funds. Dealing with Atlantis wasn't easy. They were closed to the outside world for nearly 10,000 years and weren't well prepared. 2 more days. Luke shrugged. Tomorrow was about the circulation in trade channels, and the day after that was about the negotiation of mutant issues. The day after tomorrow is an important occasion, and I have to chair the meeting. Howard curled his lips. He wasn't interested in meetings except when he was speaking. As a boss, he always failed to understand the feelings of his subordinates. Unless he's also sitting at the bottom, listening to a tedious speech. If I don't need to do anything else, can I just sneak away? Nobody would find out anyway. Howard was a person who couldn't sit still. His time to show off had passed. After that, all he could do was sit in his seat, fidgeting. This was no doubt a pointless waste of time for him. How could a genius waste his precious time in a daze? Suit yourself, but again, you can play around, but don't get infected with any diseases. Luke was the center of attention, and he couldn't afford to walk away halfway like Howard. I know. Frankly speaking, the tone of your voice just now reminds me of my dad. Howard shrugged his shoulders and spoke somewhat resentfully. He was also recognized as a prodigal son and Casanova in New York. For so many years, he had always adhered to the principle of not overdoing it. He would never do anything like that. I would never have a son like you. Luke said lightly. Fuck. It's just because I can't beat you. Almost stifled to death, Howard clenched his fist. With a depressed mood, he quietly got up and left. Because even if Luke didn't fight back and just stood there, he still wouldn't be able to break his defense. Back at the Palace Hotel, Howard laid down on his bed and took a nap. By the time the evening came, Howard had rolled over and got up, feeling full of energy, as if he had been revived. My tired body finally got enough rest. Howard called room service and ordered a big dinner. After filling his stomach, he changed into brand new clothes and polished his hair. There was a spring in each of his steps. Home, armed and ready for battle. Luke doesn't know how to enjoy life at all. He's going to become a dull man like Rogers. Howard looked in the mirror and habitually touched his mustache. It's time to experience the nightlife in Paris. Howard, with his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, walked out of the hotel. A cold wind blew and made him shrink his neck. In this era, Paris was a real city that never sleeps and Europe's most intoxicating place. Not long after the end of World War II, brothels and nightclubs, one after another, were still preserved. In the dark and narrow streets, there were countless noisy and dirty low-grade bars. When it came to having fun, there was no better choice than Paris. To Moulin Rouge. Rich people like Howard naturally avoided cheap, low-grade brothels. He got into a cab and simply stated the location. The driver couldn't help but smile, showing an expression that both men understood. Paris had two of the most famous cabarets. One was Le Lido on Champs-Élysées, and the other was Moulin Rouge at Montmartre, north of the city. That's where Howard wanted to get lucky. Compared with Le Lido's Broadway style, he would like to see the local customs of France. About 20 minutes later, the cab stopped at Montmartre Heights. Howard paid his fare, looked up at the red mill with the big wheel on the roof, and said, "This is the nightlife." After the war, due to the economic depression in Paris, this romantic city fell into erosion. Late at night, men and women were often seen in cold and damp alleys, whispering to each other and then stepping into the darkness. One was to provide financial assistance, and the other was to give physical comfort. A pure relationship. Some even played a little more aggressively than others. For example, those poor and lazy artists who were eager to succeed. Having some money in their pocket, they would directly play, regardless of the venue. That's why the newspapers say, "This is a city full of desire, and underneath the surface of prosperity, there is sewage." The description was spot on. "Sir, is this your first time?" Before Howard could go any further, a man in a flat cap stopped him. "Want to watch a film?" "What?" "Selling tickets." Howard, who was excitedly waiting for his guide to come to the door, suddenly felt bored. As a veteran Casanova with rich experience in actual combat, why would he need tickets to an adult movie? "Sir, don't go. This is a good German thing. You won't see it anywhere else." The man in the cap stopped Howard again and opened his windbreaker. Fuzzy photos were hanging inside, but the specific content was unsuitable for children. "Sir, you can come with me if you want. When we have 30 people, we'll start the show. Trust me, you won't be disappointed." Rommel even used them in North Africa to trade for pesticides and food. Howard paused and remembered the joke Luke used to say. High-ranking people in the Third Reich once secretly found someone to make pornographic films. There were many people, groups, scenes, and scales, which were extremely large. In comparison, Caligula the Night Porter waves of lust were all child's play. Later, when Rommel established the African Legion, these pornographic films were used as hard goods and exchanged with local natives for necessities. "I didn't think Paris also had these things." Howard was moved, considering whether or not to collect them. When he had nothing to do, he could learn some positions and skills to improve his professional level. "Can I buy a copy?" Howard pulled out a few bills and stuffed them into the man's hand. "If the price is good, send it to the Palace Hotel, room 1024. Luke's room number." "The Palace Hotel, no problem." The man with the cap had some bad thoughts. But when he heard Howard's position, he instantly extinguished the greedy little flame. That was a place to entertain foreign guests. He couldn't afford to mess with it. "So, sir, do you need a guide?" "I know the area very well, especially the dancers at the Moulin Rouge." The man in the cap had a good eye. Knowing that Howard was a big man who came to have fun, he quickly started to pimp. "Just in time, hiss. Such a shocking omen." Howard nodded happily and wanted to agree, but the corner of his eye glanced at a black-robed woman passing by. The other side was tall, all wrapped up tightly, but it was hard to hide the attractive curves. Especially the pair of striking, unusually obvious great omen. They were shocking. "Forget about it, remember to send the copy to the hotel, and I'll do some shopping on my own." Howard smoothed his hair, time to show off his pickup skills. Read the next 40+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 210, Chapter 207. Boys should protect themselves when they are away from home. The tall, black-robed woman walked by, bringing up a fragrant breeze. The beautiful scenery, like an attractive magnet, pulled Howard's eyes. He stroked his shiny hair, and his mouth curled up in a smile. He thought he was quite classy as he walked up to her and was ready to hit on her. It's just that the prepared opening remarks were still in his mouth. Still, the black-robed woman with a particularly prominent figure and outstanding curve suddenly stopped and took the initiative to smile at Howard. "Sir, what can I do for you?" "I'm sorry, I think I might have gotten lost and couldn't find my way." Howard spoke sincerely, trying to make this obvious excuse look real. He had already thought of the next question and answer session. A bunch of cheeky love words like "lost in your heart" had already been prepared. "Then it looks like you're a first-time visitor to the Moulin Rouge." The woman in black didn't answer his words. She didn't play cards according to common sense and said, "Where do you intend to go? I can be your guide." Is this even possible? Howard couldn't help but pause when he saw that the other party offered to be his guide. The obvious clumsy lies could deceive people. Then, a confident smile appeared on his face. Silently lamenting, "Well, I'll be damned. I have nowhere to put my charm." In Howard's own opinion, it was clearly his unique personality that attracted the other party's attention. Otherwise, this black-robed woman, with a rather extravagant figure that people couldn't look away from, wouldn't easily agree to be his guide, right? "Yes, I am a tourist." Howard behaved politely, like a wolf in sheep's clothing, attempting to use this disguise to deceive ignorant girls and young women. "I had a friend who was interested in the Moulin Rouge, but due to his busy schedule, he couldn't find the time, so he asked me to come and see it instead," Howard said very frankly. As if he wasn't interested in those beautiful dancers with thin, shiny tops, draped in flashy feathered costumes and metallic pieces, wiggling their hips and lifting their thighs to the rhythm of wild music. "That's really rare. Most men come to the Moulin Rouge to have fun, few are as decent as you." The black-robed woman raised her hand to cover her red lips and gave a soft laugh with an unknown meaning. Her tall figure, coupled with the high-heeled leather boots, was almost on par with Howard's. Thank you for the compliment. I prefer an interesting soul to a vulgar appearance. Howard began to build his persona, ready to show the other side of his humor, a fresh and good side. And from there, he'll score. Good-looking bodies are the same and numerous, but interesting souls are rare. Howard mused, like a man with a story to tell. In damp and cold streets of Paris, not far from the Moulin Rouge, came the lively music and enthusiastic shouting. The large rotating wheel was decorated with colorful lights, giving off an ambiguous and bright glow. In this scene, a man and a woman looked at each other and smiled at each other. According to the emotional soap operas of the later generations, the next step should be an emotional hug, a lingering kiss, and the camera keeps rising, giving a preview of the next episode. Howard, can I call you that? During the conversation, the two of them unknowingly walked some distance away. After a short conversation, the woman in black already knew Howard's name and his job: tobacco merchant. Selling cigarettes that cause chronic death and destroy the body seemed no different from selling weapons. Anyway, in America, these two things were legal goods displayed on shelves in public. Of course, Rainier. Howard nodded gently. His concealed glances passed over the two great omens. Like a dragonfly, skimming over the surface of the water. Shall we find a quiet place to sit and talk more about Michelangelo's sculpture? Howard restrained his eagerness and rubbed his hands. Talking about life ideals, poetry, and songs and increasing each other's feelings were just to achieve the last step. Otherwise, he was a standard scientific man, playing Sudoku when he had nothing to do or thinking about the research and development of the power armor, which was no more interesting than walking on the streets of Paris. Okay. I know a hotel nearby. The corners of the black-robed woman's mouth rose, seemingly in a happy mood, nodding her head in response. Wait. So soon? Howard, who was always in and out of romantic places and used to various scenes, was still somewhat shocked. What he meant was to find a coffee shop or a quiet pub and continue to sit for a while. Who knew that the other party was even more direct than himself and asked to go to a hotel? Isn't this a little too fast? Howard hesitated. It felt like running at the last base, at the speed of light. Howard, as a Casanova, was used to approaching with his heart and then using his kidneys. After all, foreplay with a little emotional padding was convenient for in-depth communication. Don't you want to go? It's just a cup of coffee, nothing more. The black-robed woman who called herself Rainier exuded a touch of charm. Between steps, the omens swayed up and down, so Howard couldn't help but think about it. As a gentleman, I can't refuse a lady's invitation. Howard tightened his trench coat and followed the black-robed woman's lead, walking into the darkness of the night. Howard, that bastard. When Luke returned to the hotel room, he saw the man in a cap crouching outside the door, holding a pile of movie copies, and cursed. This guy couldn't just watch adult movies but had to buy copies for a collection. Even if he bought it and collected it, shouldn't he pay for it? Even if he paid for him, wouldn't it slander his own reputation? I didn't expect you to like these kinds of things, Cavill. When Zheng Xian, who had been working on his self-reflection letter all morning, saw the explicit photo on the copy, he looked at it with a disgusted expression of "I didn't think you were this kind of person. Do you want me to send a copy to you, Director Zheng Xian?" Luke glanced at his opponent and fired back, "It's not against the SPAR rules to close the door and watch this and do some traditional handcraft work yourself." Zheng Xian seemed to choke, secretly distraught, and turned to leave. In fact, this was also the sugar-coated bullet of capitalism. It's bad for the organization's image and will be labeled as immoral. The capitalist society is so sinister, and there are temptations everywhere. Zheng Xuan went back to his room and continued to write a self-reflection letter while feeling sorry for himself. The guy who bought the film from you, is he at Moulin Rouge in Montmartre? When the man in the duck cap saw the lieutenant general's shoulder patch on Luke's uniform, he almost went weak in the knees. He was glad that he didn't act on any bad ideas and answered honestly, yes. That gentleman was going to visit Moulin Rouge, and pick up girls. Later, he met a woman and went with her. Put those things down and go downstairs to find my driver to get the money. Luke curled his lips and took copies of the scenes filmed by the high-ranking officer in the Third Reich. As the Lieutenant General of the Pentagon and the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D, he was used to having no money in his body. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all arranged by the military. In addition, Skynet's mobile phone sales were good, and it was gradually expanding its market. At a very early age, Luke stopped worrying about money and realized his personal financial freedom. Paris is a vampire's lair. I hope Howard wouldn't be so unlucky and meet a vampire who came out to feed. Luke threw the copy on the sofa and himself on the bed with a soft and comfortable cushion on his head. In the European continent, creatures like vampires and werewolves have always been very active. They did have a glorious history for some time until human guns blasted the dark fortresses. The vampires who relied on Dracula were dragged down from the pyramid of power. These dark creatures once wanted to make a comeback with their deadly rival werewolves. But in the face of the order established by the three main sanctuaries and the mysterious sorcerer's large fist, vampires, who thought they were elegant and noble, resolutely chose to follow their inner will and hunker down in the dark corners. Why do I feel that something isn't right? Luke closed his eyes and sorted out the details of the meeting during the day. After a brief review, he got up and stood at the window, overlooking Paris at his feet. The supervision was like a sword, piercing the night and giving a panoramic view of the surrounding blocks. Thinking of Howard, it seems that his luck had never been very good. Luke couldn't help but get a headache. Moulin Rouge was a gathering place for all kinds of people. Apart from tourists watching performances, veteran playboys, various down-and-out artists, and gang members. Luke pushed open the window and flew into the sky. Within a few breaths, he arrived at Moulin Rouge. Howard was a little unfocused at times, but his mind was still good at critical moments, and he was the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D's research team. In case the butterfly's wings flapped and accidentally wiped this guy out, then Iron Man would be lost along with him. The Ancient One would have to restart the timeline. Let's see if the bastard is having fun or if he's just unlucky enough to run into a vampire on the hunt. The supervision covered the entire Montmartre area, and a large number of images flooded into his mind and were quickly filtered out. Most of them were unpleasant and sexually explicit pictures. Parisians are still open-minded enough, and the nightlife was quite rich. Found him. It took less than 10 minutes for Luke to locate Howard's exact location. The guy was lying on the bed with the keys to the hotel in his hand and humming a light-hearted tune. The sound of water running in the bathroom and the surface of frosted glass outlined the stunning curves that stood out. Nothing appears to be wrong. Luke frowned and found the woman in the hotel room. Her heartbeat was extremely slow, and the biomagnetic field emanating from her body seemed to be a little off. "Unlucky Howard," he said with a little sympathy. Instead of rushing to save someone, he quickly flew back to the hotel, took a plate of fruit, and then flew back, relaxed and leisurely watching the live show. Weekly mass release. For every 300 power stones, 1 extra chapter tomorrow. Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 211, 208 shouldn't have come over, regretting it now. Howard, who was in the hotel and lying on the big bed, hummed a tune in his mouth, showing a little excitement in his heart. Tonight, it's going to be a great night. He glanced at the attractive figure cast on the frosted glass and couldn't help it. His trousers moved. If Luke knew that I could spend a night with such a sexy creature, he would definitely express his envy. He. Howard laughed in triumph and nimbly stripped his upper body. Parisian girls are so direct and open. I love this city. He didn't expect Rainier to be a passionate girl at heart and directly offered to check into a hotel. She said they were coming up for a cup of coffee to warm up. But there was no coffee pot in the room. Obviously, she was talking about something else. I'm still very attractive, but I'm usually in the lab. Luke, that bastard is just too good and hid my shine. Howard regained his confidence, ready to show his glory and practice the rich skills he gained from fighting in the battlefield. Rainier, how are you doing? If you don't mind, I'd like to come in and join you. What the fuck? Howard, wearing his shorts, pushed the bathroom door open. When he clearly saw the scene inside, foul language burst out. His erection instantly deflated, losing all momentum. In the bathroom, the steaming hot air turned the curves of the hot and curvy body into a blur. The thing that deflated Howard's enthusiasm was the fact that Rainier had blood at the corners of her mouth and had what looked like shredded flesh between her teeth. Sorry, I'm a little hungry, so I couldn't wait to eat something first. The woman's seductive voice was particularly creepy at this time. Howard glanced inside the bathroom. A bite-scarred arm fell out of the towel rack inadvertently. Crunch. Crunch. Hearing the sound of chewing bones and seeing the missing fingers on the palm, a desire to vomit surged from Howard's heart. This, vampire. Or a cannibal. Despite Howard's frequent complaints about women who would scream in terror at the slightest thing. Instead of standing in place to make noise, it was better to start running. But when he faced this kind of situation himself, all 3 limbs went soft, and he lost all strength. Fortunately, as a top scientist in the world, Howard's remaining reason told him that this was probably a porphyria patient. Patients with this disease were unable to come into contact with sunlight due to a mutation in the hemoglobin production process or due to the formation of photosensitive pigments due to environmental differences. In addition, the anemia was so severe that facial erosion was experienced, and there was a strong desire for blood. Many of the vampires mentioned in the best-selling and classic movies were based on these patients. There are no vampires in the world. A series of thoughts flashed through the solipsistic Howard's mind, and the remaining 2 legs regained a little strength, except for the 3rd leg, which was still weak. He decisively scrambled for the door, but before he reached the door, he was pulled back. Rainier's beautiful face became very twisted and cold. Howard, dinner hasn't started yet. Where are you going? Dinner. Howard shivered. He was just a scientist. In addition to his driving proficiency and pick-up ability, he didn't know anything about martial arts, fighting, and so on. Luke, help me. In times of crisis, Howard could only shout out Superman's name. Boom. At the end of his sentence, a tall figure, like a cannonball, blasted through the ceiling and appeared in the room. I thought I heard someone asking for help. Luke, who fell from the sky, held a fruit plate in his hand, just like someone who was incidentally passing by while eating popcorn. Thank heavens. I'm so happy you're here right now. Wait. Why do you look like you just got out of the movie theater? Howard was excited as if he had seen a savior. But the emotion didn't last long, as he looked at Luke's relaxed look as he spat out the grape skins, with a look of suspicion in his eyes. You haven't been hiding and watching for a long time, have you? Luke nodded and grinned. It wasn't very long, just a little while. After all, Lieutenant General Superman, who had seen the whole thing, took a look at the female vampire who hadn't come back to her senses and grimaced. The other person didn't feel like a pure vampire. Those guys who claim to be noble paid attention to drinking blood and only drink 1/3 of the blood from the human heart. How could they gnaw on human flesh, even with skin and shreds, without considering anything? Which clan member are you? Don't you know that hunting without permission violates the rules of the Temple of Three? Ignoring Howard's anxious eyes, Luke kept his patience and asked a few more questions. I don't know what you are talking about. It looks like there's going to be an extra meal tonight. The female vampire looked like a mentally challenged idiot who hadn't realized that something was wrong. The attractive smell of blood stimulated her senses. Reason had long been useless, and there was only a thirst for blood inside. Well, it turned out to be a wild vampire who doesn't know anything. Luke shrugged his shoulders, spat out the grape skins in his mouth, and threw away the clean fruit plate. To ensure that you don't have nightmares at night and have a normal appetite for the rest of the day, I advise you to close your eyes, Howard. Howard listened and obediently followed his instructions. In a life-threatening situation, he showed a rare obedient attitude. Big boobs with no brain, sometimes that saying is true. Luke didn't have to say anything more than that as his eyes swept over the vampire's omens. Boom! His foot stomped. Even if there was a bioforce field to keep the room safe, the floor was still like cardboard, and it instantly crumbled and cracked. Reinforced concrete like plaster, instantly crushed into powder. The terrifying power exploded out at once, propelling Luke's figure. In less than a second, he was wrapped in a suffocatingly strong airflow and closed in on the female vampire. Without any regard for Howard, which she was clutching, Luke reached out with both hands and pushed hard. The other side looked like papier-mâché, with bones twisted and deformed, skin and flesh rotting in an instant. It was like taking a solid cannonball head-on. Half of her body was splashed on the wall behind like red paint. All done, Howard. You can open your eyes, but you'd better not look back. Easily getting rid of the vampire, Luke grabbed clean sheets and wiped his hands. Due to the protection of the bioforce field, the mud-like debris didn't splash on his body. What happened? Howard slowly opened his eyes. He only felt the sound of vibration tearing through his eardrums, and then calmness returned except that there was still a white hand strangling his neck. It's okay. The female vampire actually left a hand, it seems to be true love for you. Luke joked. You. Howard, who couldn't resist curiosity and looked back. He immediately fell to his knees and covered his stomach, vomiting. The beautiful body that once made him have the urge to mate was now an abstract painting evenly distributed on the wall. Howard, I told you not to look back. Now, you won't just have nightmares but also lose your appetite. In the future, whether you can revive your male vitality again would be a big question mark. Luke had a sympathetic look in his eyes. He believed that Howard would definitely be traumatized by the scene just now and would never forget it for the rest of his life. "I'll never go out at night again." After this lesson, Howard developed a strong phobia about one-night stands. He was now very regretful, very regretful. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 212, Chapter 209 Weekly Extra Chapter Y'all. Titled, Underworld, Death Dealers. Howard returned to the hotel room and sat on the sofa. His empty eyes showed that he still wasn't freed from the bloody picture on the hotel wall. The omens that once warmed people's hearts instantly turned into a pool of sticky minced meat composed of organic and inorganic substances and carbohydrates. It was a heavy blow to Howard, who was going to show his glory and welcome a fierce battle. It was a big question whether he could rise to the occasion again for the rest of his life. It was time for Stark Industries to begin a transition into the pharmaceutical industry. Otherwise, the family legacy would be broken in his own hands. Howard lowered his head, stared at the motionless lower body, and revealed a sad expression on his face. New York's most recognized Casanova, a man of romance, was now a thing of the past. Do you want to get something to eat?" Luke touched his stomach and ignored Howard's sad feelings. After a boring day's meeting, he didn't even have time to eat dinner. How could he fill his stomach with just those bits of fruit from earlier? "Let's eat." Howard's throat rolled twice as the urge to vomit surged again. So fragile, it's a pity that there's no survival program featuring Bear Grylls in this era. Now that's a real meal. Luke shook his head. When he was painting his house in Brooklyn, he shot someone's head and saw the muddy brains mixed with red and white flowing out. Afterward, he could eat pizza and listen to songs as if nothing had happened. The experience taught him to accept a lot of things. "I ordered a lobster pasta. Are you sure you don't want some, Howard?" Facing Luke's kind questions, the sound of vomiting in the bathroom became even more intense. "That's too bad. An unsuccessful date left you with a heavy price that's difficult to pay." Luke not only had no sympathy for Howard's tragic experience but also gloated over it. After this lesson, he probably wouldn't be interested in women who take the initiative to send themselves to his bed. 10 minutes later, room service rang the doorbell. Luke's lobster pasta and Howard's black coffee were delivered to the door. "Can you stop slurping so much? I just came out of the toilet, and I feel like I've thrown up everything. I don't want to experience it again." Howard held the bitter coffee with both hands, and an envious look appeared in his eyes. He really couldn't look at any sticky sauce or red things right now. "So this is my fault. Your mental capacity is too fragile. As an arms dealer and someone who has been to war, those things like severed limbs, flesh, and blood shouldn't even move you." With an innocent look on his face, Luke rolled the noodles with his fork, added a thick clump of lobster meat, and continued to feast on it, making slurping noises. No one said an arms dealer had to test out his weapons on a human body himself. My limited moral conscience wouldn't allow me to witness how quickly the weapons I've created could kill. To be honest, it would keep me awake, never sleep again, and be deprived of the happiness in life. Howard was honest and spoke with conviction. Although he had a clear understanding of the fact that Stark Industries made money from war. But as long as he didn't take the initiative to understand, he could comfortably spend his money like water. Perhaps many rich people were keen to contribute to charity after their business success. Apart from reasonable tax avoidance and earning a good reputation. A small part of the reason was also removing the guilt they felt. Of course, a capitalist who felt uneasy about making enough money for himself was certainly not a qualified capitalist. I can't believe you have a moral conscience. I thought highly of you, Howard. A decent capitalist shouldn't have these thoughts. Luke wiped his mouth with a napkin and made fun of him. Then again, there are so many hot and sexy dancers at the Moulin Rouge, you didn't even look at them and had to pick a wild vampire who was out on the hunt. What? Do you have some kind of fetish? Luke had enough to eat and drink and started talking about the main topic. Wait, I'll call Peggy later and have her contact the New York Sanctum. Oh, no, the Europe area should belong to the London Sanctum. Howard's face was stunned when he heard the latter sentence. He felt like a kindergarten student, facing quantum mechanics. It was no longer a question of being superior or not. It was about to turn his worldview upside down. The Sanctum, what organization is that? And, is Rainier really a vampire? Howard asked hesitantly. You could accept this world had big-breasted, leggy female warlocks and a 1,000-year-old family of demon hunters but can't believe the real existence of vampires. Luke couldn't help but spit out the words. You still think that? Rainier is a porphyria patient. Howard, don't lie to yourself. How could there be such a beautiful porphyria patient in the world? Howard was speechless for a while. His thoughts were tangled in a mess, and he couldn't pull out the thread for a long while. But, why do they exist? I mean, if there are vampires in the world, why haven't humans discovered them? After a long while, Howard finally gave up thinking and began to ask questions instead. Like mutants, the true nature of this group was confirmed long ago. But vampires only appear in movies. Luke went to the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass of whiskey. He clicked his fingers and smiled. That's a good question. The answer is simple because there are 3 major sanctuaries, as well as a group of muscle-loaded masters who like to use hammers, flails, and swords. They are responsible for maintaining order in the dark world, avoiding vampires, werewolves, and hell demons invading this world. What? And werewolves? Wait, so hell really exists? Devil, demon. I always thought it was just an adjective for swearing. Howard was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, causing his brain to malfunction a bit. In just one night, the worldview I had built up for over 30 years was instantly reduced to rubble. Luke looked at Iron Man's father's dull appearance and couldn't help handing him a glass of wine. He comforted him insincerely. What if I tell you that the guys of the Nordic mythology are indeed based on characters who live in Asgard? If you can study the Einstein-Rosen bridge theory, you may find them. By the way, there is also the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, an old liar. Lucifer operates a bar with good sales next door, and God is probably a black man. Howard, what's wrong with you? You look like someone with early indications of Alzheimer's. Howard only felt his brain buzzing, and Luke's voice came and went, as if it came from the horizon, whispers from an ancient god. His only remaining reason, as well as his thinking ability, was completely shattered. Can't you give me some time to digest? Asshole. Half an hour later, Howard, who drank half a bottle of whiskey, finally returned to normal. In a short time, his world was destroyed and rebuilt. Almost accepting that the planet he lived on, vampires, werewolves, hell demons, and devils were all normal. Even if Luke now said that he came from Nebula M78 of the universe, Howard wouldn't be surprised. It's your poor acceptance ability, Luke said with contempt. Today, let me open the door to a new world for you and increase your knowledge. Howard burped, and a strong smell of wine came out. Then he listened quietly with his ears open. According to the records of the Sanctum, Dracula is the first vampire in human history. He is recognized as the ancestor in later generations. He isn't afraid of sunshine, has super regeneration ability, and is a very difficult guy. Luke took on the role of a teacher, bringing the world's top scientist to another world. But his descendants are divided into many factions, and those factions are then scattered into dark families with different names. With the inheritance passed on from generation to generation, those vampires became much weaker and began to fear the sun and couldn't come out in the daytime. As mentioned, they belong to the normal blood clan, and their numbers aren't large. They live in Eastern Europe and follow the three sanctums regulations and are basically captive animals. Luke paused, took a sip of his whiskey on the rocks, and continued, and the female vampire you saw, her name is Rainier, right? She doesn't belong to the Orthodox blood clan. Howard held back his stomach and asked curiously, are there any unorthodox vampires? Of course. Around the 14th century, the Black Death swept through Europe, and a guy named Alexander Corvinus survived. Luke reminisced about the past and explained it. The Sanctum's library wasn't open to outsiders, but he was about to go to Comatage to study magic and was handpicked by the Sorcerer Supreme herself, so it was okay to open the back door once in a while. This guy is very fortunate, but also unfortunate. Fortunately, he survived the Black Death plague, unfortunately, he met the Hydra. Luke shrugged. There must be something wrong with the timeline of this world. Otherwise, why would Underworld get mixed in? In the end, I have to say that Hydra in the Marvel world is the omnipotent scapegoat. They could even get involved with vampires. Luke, whose heart flashed with a series of spiteful words, continued, Hydra believed that Alexander Corvinus must have some kind of special physique since he was able to survive the Black Death. Then he was injected with a mix of vampires and werewolves' blood. As a result, they created a monster that wasn't afraid of sunlight and possessed the explosive power of werewolves. To some extent, this was a low-quality version of Dracula. Howard was fascinated. He didn't think he could learn this secret of the human world in his lifetime. Did the Hydra already exist at that time? He asked doubtfully. The history of this organization is much older than you might think. Luke said flatly. Facts have proven that any experiment and any plan of Hydra would always end in disaster. Alexander Corvinus, who successfully transformed, ran away. He had 3 sons, 2 of whom were named William and Marcus. One of them became a werewolf, and one became a vampire. This almost sounds like the origins of those pupils in Naruto. And then, Howard was like a reader catching up on the story and couldn't wait to find out what happened next. Very conventional plot. The 2 brothers turned against each other. Vampires and werewolves are mortal enemies, and no possibility of reconciliation between the 2 parties. Luke glanced out the window and gently said, the vampires have the upper hand. They reached cooperation with the human nobility and set up a team of elite warriors called Death Dealers. Am I right? The lady hiding outside. Binge. Sigh, you guys were so close to 600. If reached, you would have gotten 1 more extra chapter today. Well, there's no medicine for regret. But there's always a new opportunity. From today. Daily mass release. Every 400 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Current PS, 568. Comment. 24 comments. Vote. Chapter 213, Chapter 210. Your ancestors and I are colleagues. Lady. What lady? Howard looked puzzled. He stood up, looked out of the window, and found nothing unusual. This is the 22nd floor. Howard chuckled and wondered if Luke had heard wrong. There was nothing to cling on outside, and those who could climb up with their bare hands would be something like a humanoid spider. That's why you still haven't gotten rid of your rigid perceptions. Luke shook his head helplessly, determined to completely break Howard's stiff way of thinking. Both eyes faintly condensed, and high-temperature rays shot out. He had great control and didn't shatter the glass, creating an amazing scene. Instead, as if it was cut with a laser, the floor-to-ceiling window opened. I don't think the hotel manager is going to ask us for compensation, right? Howard had nothing to say. He was now a little nervous that a vampire would jump in through the window. The thick shadow left in his heart couldn't be removed so quickly. It's so cold outside, and it looks like it's going to rain. Are you sure you don't want to come in to avoid the rain? My room is quite spacious. Although the vampire hiding outside had a very slow heartbeat, Luke still noticed it. His supervision scanned through the brick wall structure and detected a slender figure firmly resting on the smooth window surface like a gecko. The almost silent sound of breathing, which fell in his ears, was unmistakable. Not bad for Superman. A few seconds later, a slightly cold voice came in. A tall woman with a long black trench coat and a tight one-piece leather suit hung upside down above the French windows. With just one jump, she entered through the hole cut out by his heat vision. The flexibility and agility of her movements were completely beyond the realm of ordinary people. Vampires are quite good-looking. Howard stepped back and stood behind Luke. The tall woman who appeared in the room had short, shoulder-length black hair and a refined face that looked cold. Her snow-white skin reflected white porcelain-like radiance. Especially those eyes that were flashing with a determined look. Another Ice Queen. Howard glanced at her and considered her to be the same type as the White Queen. She was a beautiful creature that awakened the male desire for conquest and satisfaction. Howard thought she was very much to Luke's liking. This was certainly his type. Howard quietly looked at them and thought silently. Why do vampires nowadays treat the commandments of the three sanctums as empty words? Luke ignored Howard, whose old habits were hard to change. He was polite and gestured to invite the vampire lady, who visited late at night, to sit down. Nowadays, the European continent was the base camp of dark creatures. This pattern wouldn't change until after the Cold War. At that time, vampires and werewolves gradually moved to North America. The general must be joking. Who dares to ignore Sorcerer Supreme's orders? Wouldn't that be looking for death? The tall woman sat on a separate sofa with no expression, keeping her distance from Luke and Howard. It's just that there was an explosion near Moulin Rouge this evening. I'm a death dealer within the coven, and it's my duty to trace the reason behind it, to see if the werewolves are secretly planning something. I followed the residual scent of the friend you are with, all the way to the hotel, which led to this misunderstanding. Compared to Rainier, who lost her mind when she smelled blood, this vampire lady's attitude was much politer, allowing Luke to skip the physical part. Every time he encountered someone he couldn't communicate with, he could only communicate on a friendly physical level. To be honest, it was a bit tiring. What a coincidence, this lady. What's your name? Luke asked. Celine. The other party answered concisely. Well, Miss Celine, the issue you just mentioned is exactly what I'm talking about. Luke's voice became less gentle as he pulled back the smile on his face. Since the three sanctums decreed the rules and signed pacts with vampires, werewolves, and other leaders of the dark world, there have been very few cases of feeding and hunting of humans, relatively speaking. I have read the records of the New York Sanctum, and no vampire coven has committed such a crime for at least 30 years. The last time, in the Austria-Hungary Empire, a nobleman couldn't resist his bloodlust and harmed an innocent girl. He was later dragged into the sunlight by the Sanctum Master and tortured under the sun. Luke paused and looked at Celine's face. The other party didn't seem angry. It looked like she had no deep feelings for her kin. But not long ago, my friend Howard Stark was attacked by a female vampire named Rainier. Luke pointed to Howard, who was acting as an outsider. The latter was very cooperative, nodding his head vigorously. Since you're a death dealer of the coven, you should know what would happen if you violate the sanctum rules. I hope, by the way, which coven are you? We are led by Victor and Marcus. Celine replied. Right now, there are 3 elders. Marcus and Victor preside over coven affairs, and are currently asleep. Luke raised his eyebrows, looking a little intense, and continued, then you have to give an explanation to my friend and me. Lieutenant General, there is no woman named Rainier in our coven. Celine frowned slightly and explained, I looked at the scene. Although she wasn't human, we could find out from the memory of residual blood that she does not belong to our coven. That's not very convincing. Luke shook his head without giving in. Paris is the vampire's lair, Moulin Rouge is in your coven's area, and my friend was attacked. No matter which side Rainier came from, you have to give a satisfactory explanation. Celine's brow furrowed even more, and her eyes became colder as she reached under her trench coat with her right hand. You're being a little unreasonable, General. She spoke angrily. Don't make those little movements, Miss Celine. This could cause you to lose the only remaining shred of respect. Luke didn't care about the tense atmosphere. He picked up the glass on the table and finished his last sip of whiskey. Anyone willing to sit at the table should cherish the opportunity to communicate with others. Because to lift the table is to declare the rules of the game null and void. At that time, you and your coven will only end up even worse. Luke bowed his head, played with his glass, and smiled lightly. Miss Celine, you think I'm unreasonable, but you haven't seen what it means to be truly barbaric. Is this a threat? Celine took a deep breath, and the beautiful curves wrapped under her leather jacket fluctuated again with a noticeable wave. No, this is a reminder. Luke put down his glass and earnestly said, I stayed patient and didn't send an army to your coven to bombard your house with artillery and drag all those drunken vampires into the sun, turning them into a pile of ashes. It's not that you're so pretty that I feel bad about it or that vampires are scary, and I feel afraid of them. Your ancestors and I are colleagues. I have to give Lieutenant General Corvinus some respect. Celine, who had a straightforward personality, wanted to pull out her gun and shoot the young general in front of her, putting a dozen holes in him. But when she heard the last sentence, she was stunned. What did you say? Binge. So close, yet too far. You missed the daily extra chapter votes target by 34 votes. Good luck for today. Every 400 chapters, 1 extra chapter. Current PS, 934. Comment. 35 comments. Vote. Chapter 214, Chapter 211. If you don't pay for it, it's not prostitution. Who is Alexander Corvinus? Celine frowned and asked. She stated that she had never heard of the name. Dracula was generally recognized as the originator of vampires. Of course, a small number of people say Cain. This statement was circulated because some of the founding fathers quoted the Bible and identified Cain, who killed Abel, as the first vampire punished by God. In fact, there was no record of this in any of the Orthodox scriptures, secondary scriptures, or pseudo-classics. It's just that many people have read several books and taken the fabricated history seriously. Marcus even hid his father's name. He's really a dutiful son. Luke shook his head and lamented. Marcus never mentioned it. Celine narrowed her eyes. She belonged to this group of vampires. And Marcus was one of the vampire elders. The three elders took turns at the helm of power while the other two slept separately. Currently, Marcus and Victor were asleep. The vampire in charge right now was Amelia. Dracula is not your originator, strictly speaking, Alexander Corvinus is. He is the first immortal in the world, with the dual blood of vampire and werewolf. And he was once considered a perfect creature by Hydra. Luke stated a long list of titles. No one would have thought that Lieutenant General Corvinus had two sons behind the scenes. One was the ancestor of werewolves, and the other was the leader of a vampire coven. This was a secret that no one would have known if they hadn't heard it by chance from Sorcerer Supreme's mouth. Luke probably wouldn't associate the grey-haired old man with the undead. That sounds ridiculous. Celine's eyes were full of suspicion. Anyone who heard a random stranger point to another stranger saying that he was their ancestor would never believe it. You can go back and have a look at the genealogy or history books. Luke smiled as if he was educating Howard and continued, Lieutenant General Corvinus was originally a Hungarian warlord. He experienced the Black Death. The entire village, including his original wife and daughter, died. He was the only person left alive. Hydra believed that Corvinus' body contained the secret to immunity from disease and realizing immortality. So, he was caught, and a series of experiments were carried out. As a result, a perfect monster with the strength of a werewolf, not afraid of sunshine, and the speed, flight, and recovery ability of vampires was produced. Howard was dumbfounded. When he went in and out of the Pentagon, he met the serious old man who always kept a straight face. I thought vampires don't age. He spat out a sentence. Don't look down upon Lieutenant General Corvinus. Before that, he was a warlord, a big capitalist, and his resources were no lower than any other. Luke warned. The advantage of vampires was probably to live longer. Alexander Corvinus, it's a wonder how many identities he had. He could erase the traces and clues of vampires and werewolves in the human world by himself. The power needed was more than a large amount of money. You didn't wonder why mutants couldn't completely hide themselves in the human world, but few people believe in the existence of vampires and werewolves. Luke glanced at Celine, who seemed to be suspicious, but actually listened carefully. His mouth turned slightly, saying, because someone is secretly erasing the traces and silencing the sounds. There was the trauma of being captured and sliced up for research, in addition to two sons turned into monsters. So, Alexander Corvinus wanted to live a quiet life. But he couldn't let go of William and Marcus, the two brothers who loved and hated each other. So, the poor old father kept doing the hard work of wiping their asses. Miss Celine, haven't you ever wondered why most of the cases of home invasion, kidnapping, and imprisonment of young girls, that are supposed to be in the news went away? As far as I know, your people have done a lot of criminal activities. Luke seemed to be waking her up, and Celine, who had a keen intuition, frowned slightly. On reflection, it did seem a bit strange. Marcus and Victor were asleep, and Amelia, the elder, didn't interfere in the family's internal affairs. Therefore, Victor's confidant Craven got a rare opportunity to give orders. That guy was ambitious, always unruly, and often threaded near the edges of the rules set by the three sanctums. For example, the enjoyment-loving, naive and ignorant gold-digging girls were frequently brought to the family's parties, and then they were given the first kiss without any fear. The masters of the sanctums only stipulated that vampires couldn't hunt humans in private. But if some girls couldn't bear the first kiss and died suddenly, it wasn't within the scope of hunting. This logic was similar to that of if you don't give money, it wasn't prostitution. There were many things he did, and there were always times that it wouldn't fly. Craven made some newsworthy things several times, but there was no movement, which did not attract the attention and warning from the sanctum masters. General, you mean? Alexander Corvinus took care of us. Celine's voice was very cold, but her hand that was reaching for her weapon in her coat slowly loosened. This young vampire lady, who was only 100 years old, had no idea that she actually had a brush with death. Any hostile stranger who took the initiative to attack would be identified as an enemy by Luke. Then, the other person would be manually turned into a mess of red sticky substance. Although everyone had heard of Superman's name, all they knew was that he was very strong. However, those gifted with extraordinary abilities and abnormal people always had doubts about this. The arrogance rooted in their bones made it difficult for them to fully believe that a human being could be so strong that he was impossible to fight against. Yes, although he didn't want to let you know. Luke nodded. Right now, the descendants of vampires and werewolves were developing well. Before the three sanctums kept the former in captivity, the dark creatures on the European continent were rampant. Vampires cooperated with nobles and high-level officials in the Eastern European countries, treating ordinary people as mobile blood banks. Then again, you guys are getting worse from generation to generation. Luke tactically leaned back, leaned into the soft sofa, looked at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, and laughed softly. The long life made the older generation sleep, while the new generation of vampires is keen to enjoy it. It's okay to engage in salon parties, lustful parties, multiplayer sports, every day, living a drunken and indulgent life. When Marcus wakes up, it looks like he would probably be pissed off. He's not wrong. The reason for this development was originally the result of the implied consent from the three elders. Celine felt a little embarrassed when she heard the first half. Because Luke was telling the truth, the new generation of vampires were addicted to enjoyment, and the vigorous death dealer like her, belonged to a different kind. They may not even be able to stand up to a fully armed human army, not to mention hunting. Otherwise, the Soviets wouldn't have driven them out of the country with tanks and artillery and stayed in Paris to take root. But for the second half, her heart was confused. This was the result of the implied consent from the three elders. In comparison, werewolves are more interesting. Luke had a sense of being superior when talking, which made Celine a little uncomfortable. Lucian is a clever leader. He led his compatriots, hundreds of years ago, out of slavery and out of your control. It didn't take long to climb to the throne in the underworld. He studied the advantages that the vampires have and began to consciously work with humans to break into the police system and control the neighborhood gangs, developing them in an orderly manner. Celine narrowed her eyes when she heard Lucian's name. That's the leader of werewolves, the #1 enemy of vampires. Afterward, a chill ran down her back, and her heart throbbed. This Lieutenant General Superman had an unusually clear understanding of vampires and those damn werewolves. Whether it was the past history or the current movements. There were many details that he knew in more depth than even herself. As a death dealer, at least she was unaware that Lucian had been working with humans. This proved that there was probably a mole inside the family. Go back to your elders and ask them if they know the name of Alexander Corvinus, and tell them to give me an explanation as soon as possible. Luke closed his eyes as if he were sleepy. If Miss Celine doesn't plan to spend the night here, you can leave now. Read next 40+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Comment. 33 comments. Vote. Chapter 215, Chapter 212 Annoying Jealousy. There was no doubt that Celine had no intention of spending the night. Even if most vampire families were most often open to the idea, it can't be said that they were arrogant and lustful. Having a long life of hundreds of years, if they didn't have some fun, that would be too boring. Good wine, good food, beautiful figures, gorgeous clothes, lively banquet. Only these could fill the inner emptiness. But Celine was an exception. She didn't like those things. Instead, she took the initiative to join the death dealers and chose to fight the werewolves. For her 100th birthday, Celine was offered a boy toy for an open swingers party, but she sternly refused. Then I won't bother you. Celine nimbly jumped out of the window. The night wind whistled, lifting the corners of her coat, signaling the sound of a hunt. She was as agile as a hunter on the prowl, speeding towards a manor near Moulin Rouge. This wasn't an ordinary night for Celine. She heard too many secrets. Superman told her the history of vampires and werewolves and the name of their ancestor. She didn't know if they were true or false. So much so that the vampire lady, known as the Lycan Slayer, had some confusion in her mind and thought about going back to her history books or asking Tony about it. That guy was a scholar who had won the Elders' trust and knew well about the origin of the Blood Coven. Alexander Corvinus. Celine murmured as her slender figure, like a bird, glided past a house. 20 minutes later, a torrential downpour fell. Celine, who was drenched, pushed open the heavy door with intricate floral patterns, and a strange and disorienting aura came over her. In the white hall, a few beautiful women in revealing clothing stood. Their gorgeous long skirt outlined the curves, and their lowered tube top revealed a bit of snowy white. This was even more attractive than the sexy dancers at Moulin Rouge. They were sitting or lying down, either rubbing each other's ears, entangling each other, lying on the sofa, or cuddling up to a man's neck and sitting on his lap. Laughter and flirtatious whispers echoed in the hall. The various high-quality tobacco and luxury wine on the table produced a psychedelic-like effect that left people intoxicated. "Where's Craven?" Celine took off her soaked windbreaker, tight leather jacket, waist-hugging vest, and the silver pistol pinned to her waist, giving her an air of fearlessness. "He may be in the study." "Celine, come on, have a drink." A drunken woman with heavy makeup handed her a goblet. Celine ignored it and turned away. She appeared out of place in the hall, as if she were a warrior woman who had stumbled into high society. "Celine, what can I do for you?" Celine walked up to the study on the second floor, past the men who tried to stop her, pressed her hands on the door, and pushed it open. Bang! "Hurry up! Craven!" "Ah!" The charming voice, calling out alluringly, came to an abrupt end. Craven, who was working hard, awkwardly put on his trousers and threw the unsatisfied woman aside. This is a misunderstanding. Selene, listen to my explanation, just now. I don't know, I was just sitting around, and then. The dark-haired young man spoke incoherently. However, Selene, who broke in, didn't care at all. She didn't look straight at him as she said, "Give me the key to the underground library. Then, you can continue playing, Craven." "What do you want that for? Victor is sleeping soundly, and it's better not to disturb him." Craven, who seemed to be ignored, was a little annoyed. Was he not handsome enough, or was he not good enough? She won't even look at him. His self-esteem was injured. "Just give it to me. Your little pet is waiting for you," Selene said coldly. She was anxious to verify whether Luke's story was true. Although Craven was the regent of the coven, most things were left to him, and he gave the orders, but he also revealed intentions to pursue Selene. But the latter remained indifferent. Selene didn't like cowards. She wasn't interested in men that calculated, hiding behind people, and never taking the lead. "Here's the key. Elder Amelia is going to hold a dance tomorrow night. You have." Craven stared at Selene, who turned around and left. He was so angry that he wanted to curse out loud. Just like a whipped man, he was foolishly trying to please her but never getting a reply from the goddess. "Craven, why don't we continue?" A woman who tried to slither up like a snake that wasn't satisfied yet, and was pushed away. "Get out!" Craven shouted rudely. He looked like a merciless scum. He then turned his anger to the others. "Pierre, you bastard, you didn't stop Selene. Where did she go today? I'll check." There was an explosion at Moulin Rouge tonight. She may have gone to investigate. The henchmen guarding outside the study were also aggrieved. The opposing party was a death dealer, an elite warrior specializing in hunting werewolves. Selene is a little abnormal. She was in a hurry to go to the underground library. What kind of information is she looking for? Craven still has a keen sense of smell, not only paying attention to every move that Selene made but also noticing something was wrong this time. Half an hour later, the man who investigated the information returned and reported the situation truthfully. What was she doing at the Royal Hotel? And stayed in that room for so long? Craven frowned, thinking that things weren't simple. All the delegates for the peace summit are staying there right now. She can't be. The more Craven thought about it, the more irritated he was, as if he heard someone say that his lover had cheated on him. The jealousy and the sense of humiliation he had just felt drove him to make irrational moves. "Find out WH." Bang! Selene flung the door open again. Craven, who was planning to do something bad, almost suffered a heart attack. "Selene, what can I do for you?" he asked guiltily. "I want to see Elder Amelia." Selene made a straightforward request. She was holding an old book in her hand. It contained the history of Marcus and William, the original werewolf and leader of the vampires. "What do you want to do?" Craven's expression became grave. Summoning an elder wasn't a trivial matter. Even if he wanted to pursue Selene and win the other's heart, he couldn't easily agree. "Alexander Corvinus, I want to know the meaning behind this name." Selene looked cold. She remembered everything Superman said and gritted her teeth. This could end the bloody war our coven has been waging with werewolves for so many years. If the Marcus coven and the Lucian, the leader of the Lycans, belonged to the same bloodline, perhaps history would be rewritten. "What? Are you crazy? We are noble bloods. What do we have to do with werewolves?" Craven was furious. He didn't want to be associated with werewolves. Hundreds of years ago, Lucian was a lowly slave. All werewolves were slaves. Celine's explanation was equivalent to telling a white person that he and a black person had the same father. If the vampires in the hall knew, they would not only find it unacceptable but also consider it humiliating. "I've never heard of Alexander Corvinus, it's all a lie. Celine, this is all human deception." Craven scolded in a cold voice, extremely harsh. Celine was indifferent to this, trusting only her own judgment. "Elder Amelia has come." The underling, who was listening to them the whole time, glanced at the open metal gate outside the window. There was going to be a dance tomorrow night, and Victor would wake up. Elder Amelia was here to hand things over. Although vampires boast of being immortal species, they haven't reached the terrifying level of immortality. Younger lower-ranking members of the Coven have a lifespan of at most 100 to 200 years. The purer the blood, the higher the level, and they could live for 500 to 600 years. By sleeping for a long time, it could be extended some more. Only progenitors like Archduke Dracula and Alexander Corvinus were able to cross the Millennium Barrier. "I don't need you now," Celine said contemptuously and turned to leave the study. She was going to find Elder Amelia, or Victor, in person. Tomorrow night, the latter will be awakened. Read next 50 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 216, Chapter 213 Pure Relationship, Reduced Contact. Alexander Corvinus. Elder Amelia looked at Celine in front of her and Craven behind her, who was furious. As a family elder who had lived for hundreds of years and one of the three people in power, she probably guessed the whole story. "Dear Celine, are you saying that you learned about our history from some human?" Amelia stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. This gorgeous-looking woman with a seductive aura was at the height of her vampire powers. She was neither as old as Marcus nor as weak as Victor. She could still live for a long time and might be the most powerful elder in the Coven in the future. After all, Marcus and Victor. They would soon step into their graves and return to the embrace of darkness. On the other hand, Amelia could continue to enjoy the wonderful things brought by her power and status. Therefore, this elder's approach to this past, which was deliberately concealed and covered up, remained the same as before. There was no need to let the young members know since this wasn't something to be proud of. A long time ago, during the ignorance of the Middle Ages, Marcus, the vampire, cooperated with Victor, the Lord, and imprisoned William, the headstrong werewolf, and then established a huge clan. There had been many dirty transactions and ugly betrayals. If they had to reveal it, it wouldn't be very nice to hear. "You are too simple, child. The first person in our coven is Marcus. There is no such thing as Alexander Corvinus, nor is there such a thing as a vampire born of the same origin as werewolves." Amelia, who looked about 30 years old, had a smile on her face. She held Celine's hand gently, feeling the coldness of her hands. Vampires had lower body temperature than ordinary people, and they were always called cold-blooded animals. The latter subconsciously retracted a little, then realized that it wasn't polite and restrained the impulse. This vampire warrior wasn't used to being approached by others. Celine had always been an anomaly in this large family with many branches. She liked to go her own way and resisted everyone's approach. Except for the sleeping Victor, the other party was equivalent to a father figure to her. If Victor hadn't adopted her, brought her with him, and given her a first kiss. Celine might have died in some dark alley after losing her parents. But I saw the history books written by Tennys. It recorded Marcus and William's stories. They were bitten by a bat and a wolf, thus becoming a vampire and a werewolf. Celine opened the book in her hand to prove that she wasn't talking nonsense. Amelia smiled and interrupted softly, Tennys makes mistakes too. He is the Coven's historian responsible for recording everything about us. The survivor of the Black Death, the Hungarian warlord, the first immortal. I have heard such rumors. But after so many years, no one has really seen him. Tennys probably heard the rumor and wrote it in. That's the truth. He was almost punished by Victor and sent into exile in Siberia. Celine's brow furrowed. Her intuition was telling her that it wasn't that simple. Elder, maybe Victor. The vampire warrior tried to say something, but Amelia stopped her. The other party took the book, and a dark light swept through her eyes. The hand that was holding Celine slightly squeezed harder. Victor will wake up tomorrow night. Wait until then. Amelia was adamant. She didn't give Celine another chance to speak. He treats you like a daughter and sees you as his most beloved child. He will answer all your questions, Celine. After that, Amelia swayed her slender waist like the sultry movements of a snake and disappeared behind the study door. This was a secret conversation. I've told you before, Elder. Amelia wouldn't believe in that nonsense. What flows in our bodies is noble blood. Craven held his head high and spoke proudly. Werewolves are a bunch of lowly slaves who deserve to live in dark caves and damp sewers. Celine's eyebrows, like sharp blades, suddenly rose. There was a chill in her eyes. She gave Craven a cold glare and sarcastically said, "Do you really believe that? Saying they were of the noble bloodline was okay to deceive newcomers in the hall?" With the continuous arrival of the technological revolution, the mysterious veil of the dark world had long been torn down. Even hunting werewolves began to change from cold weapons to silver bullet guns. Concerning bloodlines, who was nobler than whom? Victor will believe me. Celine's mind went back to Superman, who probably knew more. Without saying much, she strode forward with her leather boots and hurried away. The female vampire warrior thought that Elder Amelia was acting like she was covering something up. Ah, Victor. Watching Celine's back, Craven bowed his head and smiled. Of course, he'll believe you, poor Celine. As Victor's confidant, Craven knew more secrets than Celine. For example, the person who killed Celine's family wasn't a werewolf. In fact, it was Victor who went out secretly, hunting and drinking blood. The reason why he let Celine go was simply that the other party looked like his deceased daughter. We're all a bunch of cold-blooded animals. How could there be any warmth to speak of? Craven was amused at the thought that Celine regarded Victor as her father. Treating an enemy as a relative was a cruel and ironic joke. Alexander Corvinus. Craven's face turned somber as he restrained his expression. He had heard of that name. From Lucian, the Lycan leader. But how could humans find out? It doesn't make sense. Klein rolled his eyes. He had a bold idea. The next day, early morning. The sun casted a warm light into the room through the gap in the curtains. Luke's body woke up automatically as if he had set an alarm clock. After a long night's ordeal yesterday, Howard was rescued from Moulin Rouge. Then they met a vampire who followed them and got involved in the feud between Alexander Corvinus's descendants. The series of events seemed like a series of dramas played one after another. Life is really fulfilling. Luke stretched out and pulled back the thick curtains to welcome the new day. Having no one with me in the morning is a bit uncomfortable. He unrolled his robe and looked at the big bed, enough for 3 to 4 people to sleep on. He couldn't help feeling lonely. These days when he opened his eyes, he could always see a beautiful person nestled in his arms. But now, no one could warm his heart. I hope the business trip will end sooner. Luke began to miss New York. He liked the vibrant city better than the glamorous Paris. Although, in the decades to come, it would become the most dangerous place in the world. Along with Tokyo, where Ultraman haunts, the Golden Gate Bridge, which was frequently bombed, and the White House, the #1 target of terrorist attacks, would be among the most unsafe places on Earth. Knock, knock. Someone came knocking at the door. It must be Howard. Luke wondered helplessly. After a bad encounter, Howard still hadn't learned anything. Especially after witnessing Celine's nimble moves and hearing the convoluted past of those vampire clans. His interest in the dark world, as well as magic and alien creatures, seemed to grow even stronger. As the saying goes, a leopard can't change its spots. Even if he threw up in the toilet all night, he vomited all his stomach acid, then laid in bed and had a terrible nightmare of blood and terror. Howard was still attracted by the unknown and the seemingly dangerous and exciting life. He was a restless fellow at heart. Only when he got married, had a child, and shouldered the heavy responsibilities of a husband and father could he stifle that restless heart. A meeting is scheduled for noon today to discuss trade channels between countries and Atlantis. Luke opened the door, and Howard, who looked like a giant panda, walked in. He looked like he could fall over and die any time now. He obviously stayed up all night. I know that the peace summit is definitely a huge undertaking. Howard nodded his head and spoke in a consulting tone. Just wait until these political games, the allocation of resources, and national issues have been dealt with. Can you let me participate in the vampire follow-up event, Luke? Howard, have you forgotten the pain? Rainia's misery and the scene where she can't wait to eat you as a snack. Luke poured Iron Man's father a cup of coffee, reminding him, don't just think those vampires are young and beautiful. They are actually hundreds of years old, ancient. Especially adult women. They can't help their bloodthirsty desire and harm mating objects when they reach the peak of stimulation when they engage in lovemaking. Trust me. It doesn't feel too good. Howard froze and wanted to explain that he wasn't interested in female vampires, at least not until he was free of the trauma from Rainier. However, his attention was quickly diverted by what Luke said. You know a lot about this. Howard's eyes were full of doubts. If he hadn't seen it himself, how could he have such detailed knowledge? Don't get me wrong. I'm Superman, the director of SHIELD, a lieutenant general in the Pentagon. Why would I have an inappropriate relationship with a vampire? Luke said solemnly. He had never slept with a vampire. At best, he had been interacting with a mutant at a reduced distance. As for how he understood this knowledge, New York Sanctum had a rich collection of books. Even After Care for Female Vampires, a scientific book that was hardly useful, was in its collection. By the way, I don't think I've ever said I'd be involved in an internal dispute within a vampire coven, have I? His thoughts were dispersed for a moment. Luke frowned slightly and quickly reacted. Please, I've known you for so long, and I still don't understand your character. Howard threw 2 cubes of sugar into his coffee cup, rubbed his tired face, and said, if you're not going to get involved with the vampire covenants, then why were you talking so much and giving that vampire warrior woman a free history lesson? Either you have a crush on the other party, or you're planning something. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 27 comments. Vote. Chapter 217, Chapter 214 Corvinus Family, The Magical Bloodline. Why can't I be interested in Celine, also, me, secretly plan something? Luke shrugged his shoulders, expressing that only children make choices, while adults, of course, want them all. I have adjusted my evaluation of you to the most reasonable level, but I didn't think I was still underestimating you. Howard almost spat out the coffee in his mouth and coughed twice in a row before he recovered. Sometimes, Luke was so frank that he was speechless and didn't know what to do next. Well, I admit that I am a little interested in vampires. Seeing Howard's speculation, Luke simply stopped pretending and went straight to the point. Accurately speaking, what I am interested in is actually the whole Corvinus family. In his view, all vampires and werewolves were scum. They couldn't go out during the day and were afraid of the sunshine. If the regular army of human beings started to cleanse the land, they could easily be solved. The other party would lose their wits after the transformation and had trouble staying sober. In addition, a silver bullet could cause effective damage to them, and they weren't a threat. For so many years, except for the early Middle Ages, when science and technology were underdeveloped and people were ignorant, vampires briefly ruled the European continent and had no history worth telling. Not to mention, after that, the masters of the Temple of the Three kicked vampires off the top of the pyramid of power and kept them in a fixed range like domestic animals. When science prevailed, and guns were born, they could only hide in the corner and lament. At best, they would use human greed and desire for eternal life to entice the other side to cooperate. It was impossible for them to regain a dominant position and gain a strong voice. As for werewolves, there was no need to say more. For hundreds of years, they were slaves of the vampires. With their low status, they were living miserable life. Until the leader, Lucian, appeared. This werewolf was able to use his head. Not only did he lead his clan to rise, but he also had a deep hatred towards the Lord, Victor. Gradually, his hatred accumulated like a terrible curse deeply imprinted in blood, which was hard to erase. This was the feud between the werewolves and vampires of the Corvinus family. They came from the same ancestor, but they all hated each other. I thought you had a crush on the vampire. I didn't think it was for an old man. What's so special about the Corvinus family? Howard was somewhat uninterested and wanted to groan, but feeling Luke's sweeping eyes, he decided to change his words and ask. He was still in the other party's hands if he was given to others such as Rogers. He knew that he was in Paris to have fun, but unfortunately, he got scared by a female vampire and almost lost his vitality. Wouldn't it be a lifetime of ruin? It would be difficult to lift his head in the future. Howard would usually say harsh words, and when he couldn't, he would simply turn cynical. But if the object of his poisonous tongue was Superman, he was the one who would have a difficult time. Howard, you are a scientist. Luke tapped his finger on the table and spoke meaningfully. Alexander Corvinus survived the Black Death. Hydra believes that his body contains the secret to immunity from disease and immortality. To experiment, Hydra injected him with a vampire and werewolf serum, thus creating a mixed-race monster. You've said this once before, is there something wrong with it? Howard frowned and couldn't understand Luke. Of course, there is. The corners of Luke's mouth rose and said, Alexander Corvinus had 3 sons. William was bitten by a wolf and became the ancestor of the werewolves. Marcus was attacked by bats and became the vampire leader of the Corvinus coven. So, the question is, why is that? Facing Luke's question, Howard was lost in thought. After a long time, the light in his head flashed, and he seemed to have caught an answer. Alexander Corvinus's blood has an amazing fusion function. Howard suddenly became excited. He wasn't the top expert in biology. But as a qualified genius, it was normal for him to know a lot of things. The immune system of the human body would reject foreign things. Whether it was organ transplantation or blood transfusion, it was all the same. Alexander Corvinus has been injected with vampire and werewolf serums. Then, he passed this power on to his 2 sons. It was a recessive gene, which could react with the blood of any living thing and produce a mutation. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why William and Marcus became the ancestors of werewolves and the vampires after being bitten by animals. Howard spoke quickly and urgently. He instantly understood what Luke was aiming at. If all this was true, the blood of Alexander Corvinus must have amazing fusion ability and be capable of combining with the genes of any kind of creature. Bingo! Luke nodded his head in satisfaction and snapped his fingers. Howard never let people down when it came to thinking. If the genes of mutants could be transplanted into ordinary people through the fusion ability of Corvinus blood, it would be like a shelf of items that could be selected at will and made to order. Luke began to think big, sketching a beautiful blueprint. Or, perhaps, the genetic characteristics of animals, such as the regeneration of severed limbs in geckos. It can be used in the medical industry to heal diseases. What do you think? Wouldn't it change the future and usher in a whole new era for mankind? Luke's words were inspiring, and Howard's heart was pounding. Apart from being a scientist, he was still a successful businessman. Almost immediately, they discovered a huge business opportunity. This is a treasure that hasn't been discovered yet. Howard was in high spirits when it came to business, not the least bit sleepy despite the 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes. Tell me, Luke, what are you going to do? Originally, Stark Industries cooperated with Luke to create an opportunity for Skynet to enter the communication industry and plan for future development. However, the fusion blood in Alexander Corvinus opened the door to a new world for Howard. Of course, the first thing to do is to talk to Lieutenant General Corvinus and then find the descendants of his 3rd son. Luke had already made plans. He had contacted Alexander Corvinus, and he was on his way. The 3rd son. Howard had some doubts. He has been injected with the werewolf and vampire serum and is a true hybrid. Luke patiently explained. His blood is useless. Marcus and William, although they are still alive, they have turned into abominations, and their blood can't be used. The only one who could produce an effect, as a medium of fusion, is Alexander Corvinus' 3rd son, who lived on as an ordinary man, with uncontaminated blood. Howard nodded in understanding. The first generation of recessive genes was the easiest to awaken. Corvinus' 3rd son was still untainted. When the generations continued, there would be no difference from ordinary people. Howard, are you sure you want to get involved? Before all this is done, I have to talk to werewolves. Luke asked again. Are you ready to step into the dark world? Howard paused, then nodded heavily. The sewers in Paris were an amazing display of engineering. Hundreds of years ago, this romantic city was the embodiment of filth, stench, and suffocation. There were no public toilets in the streets. People urinated and defecated everywhere. Cows and horses pulling carts defecated indiscriminately, and butchers slaughtered livestock in the streets. So, it could be said that there were no rules. Due to the lack of sewage facilities, people dumped all kinds of waste in the streets and squares, and most of the dirty water was released into the Seine River. Poor environment and poor hygiene awareness made Paris a hotbed for disease. According to statistics, at that time, an average of 800 people died every day because of the plague. When cholera broke out on a large scale in the mid-19th century, Haussmann, the governor of Seine, joined forces with the engineer Eugene Belgrand to prepare new water and sewage system for Paris. After all, no one wanted to live in a stinking city. This was the first step in the construction of sewers in Paris. Perhaps the stench of the time left a deep mental scar on the people of Paris. Over the next 100 years, they continued to renovate and upgrade the massive construction projects, eventually turning it into an amazingly strange attraction. Yes, the Parisians later dedicated a museum to the sewers and opened it for visiting. At that time in Paris, the total length of the underground water treatment system pipeline was 2,400 kilometers, which exceeded the subway in the city. There were over 6,000 underground reservoirs and more than 20,000 water outlets, equal to one every 50 meters on average, and they were all connected to the ground by iron ladders. Parisians have even compared the sewer project with the Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower as the city's pride. I never thought I would one day be in a sewer with a man. Howard's voice echoed in the spacious sewer. He complained, but inwardly he was very excited. After seeing vampires with his own eyes, he was going to come into contact with werewolves next. It was so exciting. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 31 comments. Vote. Chapter 218, Chapter 215 Tearing Up Werewolves, A Deal with Lucien. Before you came to Paris, did you think you would be scared into not being able to do it by a big-breasted female vampire? Luke simply used one sentence to make Howard retreat and keep his mouth shut. The issue of giving the Stark family a new generation was a problem in his current life. Although it was said that this was a mental trauma, not a physical defect. But if word got out, people would only be concerned about the playboy Howard Stark's impotence, not whether it came from a psychological or physical source. For the sake of the dignity of men and the reputation of being a wandering lover, he had to tell Luke to keep it a secret and never reveal it to anyone. Werewolves live here. They don't mind the poor environment and the smell. After a few minutes of silence, Howard couldn't resist the urge to speak. His inner excitement made him a chatterbox like Deadpool. The bathroom in my house is much better than here. Howard displayed contempt for the rich. Although the sewers in Paris were clean and not as filthy as one would expect, there was good lighting overhead. A spider's web of interlaced pipes marked with street names and door numbers correspond to the streets on the surface. As long as you had a map, there was no risk of getting lost. It was no wonder that later, Parisians built it into a special museum, which was open to tourists. Anyway, there were all kinds of garbage and filth in the drainage channel, and the unpleasant smell couldn't always be concealed, so it couldn't be called a suitable living environment. The Wolf Clan's situation isn't good. Luke, who kept silent as he walked along, replied helplessly. At this time, if Howard were replaced by Rogers, Captain America would certainly have very few complaints. Although under Lucian's leadership, they got rid of their slave status, they have been hunted and captured by vampire covenants led by Marcus and Victor for hundreds of years since then. The woman you saw last time, Selene. She is a member of the Death Dealers, a team of werewolf hunters specializing in killing werewolves. So, their hideout couldn't be any high-end hotel or luxury apartment. Howard let out a no tilde, as if he had learned something new. After Luke's detailed explanation, he understood the werewolves and vampires of the Corvinus family well. Besides, the sewers are well insulated and can hide the intense body odor emanating from a group of werewolves living together from the vampire's keen sense of smell. No matter how you look at it, it's a great place. Luke added 2 more sentences. He came out this time to find Lucian, the Lycan leader. Alexander Corvinus was still on his way. They were waiting for the other party to arrive. Perhaps the deep hatred between vampires and werewolves would change everything drastically. Before that, Luke wanted to make a deal with Lucian. The Lycan leader was different from other werewolves since he was born. The moment he came out of his mother's womb, he had the form of a human, not a young wolf cub. This may be why he was smarter and more sensible than his peers. Yes, creatures like vampires would certainly avoid hanging out in sewers. Howard nodded his head as if it made sense. But how do you find a werewolf? The sewers of Paris are so complicated that even the locals may not be familiar with them. Luke, who was walking in front, smiled slightly. The sewer construction was made of concrete and stone bricks but still couldn't stop his supervision. Combined with its super hearing, he scanned the surrounding channels like a radar. It was easy for him to find the werewolves who were hiding. Because I have a sharper sense of smell and better hearing than vampires. Luke replied perfunctorily. A few minutes later, his steps suddenly paused. At the corner of the channel not far from them, under a manhole cover, there was a faint noise. Found it. Luke's lips picked up a slight smile. Near the Champs-Élysées, deep in the sewers opposite the Place de la Concorde, a frenzied hissing sound crashed against the solid brick wall. The waterlogged floor was littered with liquor bottles and cigarette butts. A strong odor spread. The group of strong men gathered in clusters of 3 or 5. They were venting their inner emotions by shouting and cheering. Inside the wall of people, there were 2 wolves with black hair and fangs exposed. They were nearly 2 meters tall. Their explosive muscles were highlighted one by one, full of power. These 2 wolves stood up. The strong and powerful forelimbs swung, sharp claws tore at the flesh, bringing out ferocious wounds, one after another. Fuck up that jerk Taylor, Pierce. Bite him. Rip out his heart. Don't back down. Such cries were like a shot of excitement, stimulating the tyrannical desires of the 2 werewolves in the arena. They roared and fought. Like a real wild beast, they tore into each other and fought with everything they had. The gruesome wounds on their chests and arms kept shrinking and soon returned to their original state. Then once again, their sharp claws tore each other with force, exposing the red streaks of flesh and blood. This was a battle between werewolves. It retained the rawest form of fierceness. Because they had extraordinary healing ability. A Lycan leader as powerful as Lucian wouldn't feel anything even if he was shot with a submachine gun. Unless it was using special silver bullets, then it could hurt them. What is this? As a bystander, Howard had a shocked look in his eyes. He didn't understand why such a brutal fight broke out among their own kin. Besides, many people were cheering loudly, as if this was some sort of sport. "They're just playing games," Luke replied calmly. "Just like when you go to a bar and have nothing to do, you pass the time by playing pool and throwing darts. This is the game that werewolves play." Howard stood at the opening of the sewer structure's manhole cover as Luke used heat vision to cut through the thick concrete, exposing the group of werewolves to view. Werewolves have a bloodthirsty nature in their bones. Vampires use blood as tasty food, while werewolves experience killing to satisfy the tyrannical urge. Luke maintained a steady tone and wasn't surprised. The seemingly bloody scene was nothing to the werewolves. Pain only stimulated their bloodlust, which in turn made them even more vicious. They are passionate about this, believing that it will stimulate their animalistic side and make them stronger. Luke's mouth curved, and he said to Howard, "Stay here, don't walk around. I'll play with them." He jumped directly into the hole and landed firmly on the ground. The noticeable movement attracted the wolves, who were the audience. They stopped their fist pumping and cheering and turned their heads to look at Luke, who appeared behind them. "Human." A strong man sniffed the air and concluded. "Not a vampire." The werewolf next to him had some doubts. "There's no annoying smell they have," another bearded man said with absolute certainty. "I'm looking for Lucian. Would anyone be willing to show me the way or send a message?" Luke, who was suddenly the center of attention and watched by a group of strong men, asked calmly. However, no one answered his question. On the contrary, the two fierce wolves who were fighting suddenly stopped. One of them that had green pupils revealed a cruel glint in his eyes. He wanted to rip open that human body and bathe in warm blood. "Taylor! Stop it!" The werewolf named Pierce, with whom he fought, shed his beastly appearance and regained his human form. If that man could say Lucian's name, he wasn't someone simple. He was about to say a few words when he saw Tyler lunge forward like a madman, knocking over his fellow clansmen who were in the way. But then, the pitiful tragedy of a human being being torn to pieces didn't happen. The man stood up. The fierce wolf, which was close to 2 meters tall, seemed to be blocked by an invisible shapeless wall and couldn't get close to the other party in the end. "Your attitude is very unfriendly." Luke's smile went away as he spoke lightly. The terrifying aura erupted like a volcano. The werewolves, with their fierce and beastly nature, revealed, instantly turned into trembling cowards, as if they had met a predator at the top of the food chain. They didn't know who Luke was, but their sense of danger and their animal instincts of avoiding harm made them realize that the other party was a terrifying enemy that they couldn't afford to mess with. In an instant, the wolves that chose to devour people had turned into pathetic, cowardly huskies. The werewolves, who were completely incompatible with the words cute and adorable, didn't get Luke's kindness. Superman released his bioforce field, took a step, and shot forward. 2 powerful arms, like cast iron, caught the werewolf's shoulders and yanked them outward with force. Rip! Flesh and blood splashed out. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Patreon. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 219, Chapter 216, A Century of Surprises, The Past. The wild werewolf, in front of Luke, was as fragile as paper. He put his hands together and pulled hard, and a tearing sound echoed. Instant death. Close to 2 meters, the strong body with black hair, rather neatly split into 2 halves. Like a pizza cut with a knife. A line of blood bloomed, extending from the middle to the ends. Poof! Poof! a large amount of blood and water, like a fountain, came out. The tough skin that could withstand bullets was torn and ripped, exploding in a cloud of scarlet blood. The solid flesh and blood with powerful healing ability were like thrown into a blender, instantly breaking into even pieces. The tangled large intestine, small intestine, and rectum were like thick ropes that had broken apart. All this happened in an instant, and the brightly colored and pungent scene hit everyone's heart, making people want to vomit. It's so bloody, so violent. Howard's mental quality was much stronger after the big-breasted vampire was destroyed. Seeing all this, he took a deep breath, automatically putting up a mosaic on the flesh and blood that fell on the floor and spilled on the wall. Luke always liked to use the most violent means to do the bloodiest things. He didn't look like a decent person at all. Taylor. Another werewolf mumbled his companion's name with a hint of fear in his eyes. Even the wolves, who were used to violent scenes and loved the smell of blood, were shocked by Luke. At best, they were idle and bored, playing underground fighting and wrestling. Tearing the living person by hand. No, it should be a living werewolf. This kind of large-scale act was unheard of. Roar! 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 Those werewolves with cigarettes in their mouths and beer in their cans were stimulated one by one, like animals that felt danger. They instantly transformed. They stood up and growled. The claws on their front limbs scratched the walls, shedding large chunks of dust. But no muscle-headed wolf dared to go up and display his sharp claws. Poor Taylor had just died, and his remains were still warm. At this time, if there were any righteous werewolves, they would charge bravely towards Luke. Maybe catch up and keep Taylor company in hell. Why can't you calmly communicate with each other? You have to force me to use such violent means. Luke's face showed a regretful expression, and he shook his head. Letting a pacifist stain his hands with blood is too much. When Howard heard these words, he couldn't help but feel the extent of human brazenness, always being updated again and again. The werewolves were extremely bloodthirsty and irritable after the transformation. Then, they kept backing up and shrinking into the corner because of Luke. There was nothing pacifist about this young human being from top to bottom. Judging from his cruel behavior of ripping Taylor apart, he was more in line with the image of a terrible villain. Now, can anyone tell me where Lucian is? Luke looked around the room and saw a bunch of shivering, husky-like, ferocious wolves. Silence. No one answered. Compared with the vampires of the Corvinus Coven, who were lustful and scheming, this group of werewolves with low IQ were more united. No one wanted to be a traitor and betray their leader. The disposal of betrayers by the wolves was simple. Just divide and eat. It was filled with the cruelty of the primitive era. The thought of becoming food in the mouths of their kin quietly extinguished those kinds of thoughts with great fear. Lieutenant General Cavill, I'm here. In just half a minute, every second moved so slowly, putting great pressure on the werewolves' hearts. The fierceness in their bones kept washing over the dam of sanity until a figure came out of the darkness. The Lycan leader. Lucian. Finally, there is a person who knows me. Luke had already heard the other party's footsteps and breathing, so he didn't turn his body around in surprise. He didn't mind exposing his back to the werewolf, who didn't take any action. This intruder, whose identity was unknown, exuded an extremely obvious sense of oppression. His entire body was like a silent volcano, and his tall figure contained the power of a destructive explosion. The wolves' feral instincts were constantly reminding them. Try to keep calm and don't be impulsive. Otherwise, it's off to keep Tyler's company. I'm sorry, sir. They don't usually read newspapers and watch TV. Lucian explained. He sometimes thought of these bunch of uneducated guys under his hands and also felt frustrated. Werewolves had a simple hobby, besides fighting, it was drinking. As for reading books and newspapers, sorry. Not interested at all. I want to talk to you about Alexander Corvinus and the hybrid. Luke explained the reason for his visit. Lucian, the Lycan leader who appeared on his own initiative, knew many secrets. He had lived from the reign of Lord Victor to the present era. Originally a slave, wearing a collar around his neck and being whipped by vampires every day. Later, by virtue of his powerful weapon and the protagonist's aura, he hooked up with Sonia, the daughter of Lord Victor. The whole story was probably a werewolf and vampire version of Romeo and Juliet. Because of their status and class, two people who loved each other couldn't be together. The slight difference was that Sonia was pregnant with Lucian's blood. Vampires and werewolves successfully combined, resulting in the crystallization of their love. That was a rare hybrid. Victor, the Lord, was afraid of the power of the hybrid and his family rule being destroyed. So, he killed his own daughter. That was why Lucian had always hated vampires. For the sake of the future of his people, for the sake of washing away the shame of being a slave. These were all excuses. In essence, Lucian only wanted revenge. For the sake of one's lover, and the flesh and blood that died before birth. Alexander Corvinus. Lucian's pupil contracted, a hint of nervousness passed through his subconscious. This was supposed to be a secret that no one knew. How did the other party find out? You are a very intelligent person. So, I'd like to ask you a favor. Luke's chin lifted slightly, the corners of his mouth curved, and he directly said, "The Vampire Lord, he will wake up from his slumber tonight. If you are willing to cooperate, I don't mind letting you get your revenge." Lucian was shocked again. This Lieutenant General Superman knew about his feud with Victor. In order to cover up his cruel act of killing his daughter, the latter had already completely erased it from the family history. Except for a few people, no one knew the past. Do you still need to think about it? Lucian, with your current power, it's almost impossible to defeat Victor. Luke took his time and threw a bombshell lightly. Even if you secretly collude with Victor's confidant, Craven, who is eager for power, and while also looking for Alexander Corvinus' third bloodline to become the perfect hybrid. A cunning lord like Victor wouldn't give you much time. The moment he opened his eyes, the trumpet of war would immediately blare. Why don't you cooperate with me instead of passively accepting a battle that's difficult to win? Lucian's mind was shaken. His eyes turned from shock to horror when he looked at Superman. He contacted Victor's confidant, Craven, who was in charge. This was an absolute secret that nobody was told about. The intelligence capability shown by the other party was really surprising. The stakes are too high to trust humans. Lucian said with difficulty. You have always been in league with the vampires that are good at betrayal and lies. Luke shook his head, disagreed with this statement, and smiled lightly. The weak are the ones who lie when they see the winds changing because that is the only bargaining chip they could rely on. But I don't need to. The words of this Lieutenant General Superman revealed a strong sense of self-confidence. Those eyes, like a sharp long sword, swept over Lucian. The latter somehow felt a chill down his back. Like a predator at the top of the food chain, deterring those below it. So, General Cavill, what do you need me to do? After pondering for a long time, Lucian opened his mouth and asked, "Tell a truth, and witness revenge." The answer Luke gave was very meaningful. Mass release. For every 300 power stones today, 1 extra chapter tomorrow. Vote. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 220, Chapter 217. Drink while it's hot, unlucky traitor. A bolt of lightning struck down, tearing apart the thick dark clouds and turning the whole world a miserable shade of white. In the underground room of the vampire manor, where the core members of the coven were gathered, they looked solemn and remained silent. This was a solemn occasion, the awakening ceremony of an elder. No one dared to talk or whisper for fear of serious punishment. Victor was about to wake up from a deep sleep. Once a great lord of the human world, he was later transformed into a high-ranking vampire. He was more dignified than Marcus, domesticated werewolves into docile slaves, and gave his family a brief and glorious history. Both Amelia, who was also an elder, and Marcus, who had never been in charge, keep a respectful attitude towards Victor. Today is the night of the full moon and the day of handing over the Covenant's seat of power. Amelia, wearing a fancy dress that squeezed her waist, revealing a great pair of snowy white mountains, made a few symbolic remarks. According to the regulations of the Coven, the 3 elders would take turns to take power every 100 years, and the other 2 would sleep. After this, it would be Victor's time. There was a trace of regret in Amelia's tone. She was much younger than the other 2 elders. A long sleep in a blood coffin wasn't as attractive as enjoying the world's beauty and experiencing the splendor of power and influence. Amelia bent down and twisted the switch on the ground. Made of metal, the blood coffins with complicated patterns rose slowly. Inside was a terrible skeleton with dry skin. It was shaped like a mummy. Amelia took a small knife from the tray, and without hesitation, made a slit in her palm. This was the unique skill of the immortals of the Corvinus family, called blood memories. By drawing the blood of a living creature, they could gain access to the memories, scenes of broken and confusing consciousness. The more advanced the vampire, the more they possess the skills to organize their thoughts and memories into a clear, cohesive vision. Amelia wanted to inform Victor of all the major events that had occurred during the 100 years she had been in power to facilitate the latter's management. The crimson blood flowed down the metal pipe into the elder vampire's mouth. Then it entered the body, penetrated into a dry blood vessel, and finally converged in the heart beating very slowly. Dub. 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 A few minutes later, the sound of a strong heartbeat began to resonate. Awakening ceremony was successful. Amelia nodded with satisfaction. In a few hours, Victor would be fully awake. Bring me the blood bag. At the end of each slumber, the vampire elders needed to replenish a large amount of fresh blood. This was the only way to get their strength back to peak condition quickly. Where's Celine? Amelia's eyes swept through the crowd and found 2 people missing. Also, where did Craven go? He missed such an important occasion, isn't he afraid of Victor getting angry? Victor, a great vampire lord, had always attached great importance to hierarchy and respect. I don't know. After returning to their rooms, they never came back out. The man who was scolded by Craven earlier replied out loud. He suspected that his boss had succeeded. At this time, he might be enjoying the beautiful body of that Ice Queen. Hiss. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, and an envious look passed through his eyes. Although Celine was an anomaly in her family, she preferred to keep to herself. But her icy temperament, the arrogance that kept people away from her, was quite attractive. Many young vampires had the idea of pursuing her. Unfortunately, they all failed. On the street near Moulin Rouge, a black car stopped. It was pouring rain outside, and the car was very quiet. Craven, who was mistaken for enjoying a night of spring, was leaning against the back seat. His face was full of anxiety and irritability. The raindrops hitting the car window fell on his ears like heavy metal drums, further stimulating his inner emotions. Bang! The door was opened and then closed. Lucian, who was drenched to the bone, sat down on the seat. Before long, there was a puddle under his feet. "Didn't I tell you, don't contact me lately? Today is the day Victor awakens. If I suddenly disappear at this time, it will be hard to explain." Craven saw Lucian, who had taken the initiative to meet him, finally arrive. He finally had an outlet for his anger. Considering the special period, he didn't want to keep the appointment, but the Lycan leader was so determined that he had to come. "I have important news." Lucian lowered his head, and there was a trace of coldness in his calm eyes. "The human world has also learned about the existence of Alexander Corvinus' lineage, and they have noticed werewolves and vampires too. This is a bad sign. We don't have much time left, Craven. The death dealers who hunt werewolves are Victor's personal guards and have been besieging us all these years. That old guy hates werewolves with a passion, just like how I feel about him. One of us must die to end the war." Feeling the chill in Lucian's tone, Craven shrank back. He didn't want to get involved in any battle. Hiding in the back and using his mind, manipulating everything was the most appropriate choice. "Who leaked the news?" Craven asked. "I don't know. Maybe it's that guy Tanis, the recorder of your coven's history. Victor nearly exiled him." Lucian restrained his obvious emotions and carelessly said, it would be reasonable for him to turn to humans because of his hatred. Craven pounded the seat with force, and the black car parked on the street swayed as if someone was doing vigorous exercises inside, giving rise to people's imagination. "Then what should I do now?" Craven was filled with fear at the thought of betraying his coven. He was indeed a power-hungry and ambitious man who always wanted to rise to the top and become the ruling elder. But as Celine thought, he was also a coward. Craven never thought of confronting Victor and the coven. The hierarchy of superiority and inferiority was engraved in the vampire's body and could never be erased. He wanted to be the elder of the coven and replace Victor. But at the same time, he was extremely afraid of the elders and Victor. "Let's attack Victor while he's just waking up." Lucian's eyes flashed and seriously said, "You open the gates of the manor and dismiss some of the guards, especially the death dealers, and find an excuse to send them out. Then I will lead the elite troops of my own clan to the base camp and kill Victor, Amelia, and the sleeping Marcus. In this way, you will become the only elder in the coven, and no one will be able to order you around." Craven's throat rolled a few times, seemingly moved by the Lycan leader sitting next to him. His eyes were filled with greed. It's just that this beautiful dream didn't last long, and his heart was soon filled with fear. "No. I'm not taking such a big risk." Craven shook his head repeatedly. His initial deal with Lucian was for the Lycan leader to find Alexander Corvinus' third bloodline, thereby becoming a hybrid. After his strength increased, he would personally slay the 3 elders of his coven and support his rise to power. After that, vampires and werewolves would sign a peace pact. Whether Lucian succeeded or not, everything would be unrelated to Craven. He would hide in the back to keep himself safe. You still think you can stay out of it? Don't be a fool, Craven. Lucian hissed and ruthlessly punctured the other party's dream. Who is secretly funding the werewolves to help us break into the police system and control part of the human world? And who is supplying us with weapons to seize territory in Parisian neighborhoods? Why do we know about each of the Death Dealer's actions in advance? As long as Victor uses a little effort to investigate these suspicious things, he will find the answer. You are already tied to my ship. Isn't it too late to back out of it? Craven was livid and clenched his fist. He sensed the meaning in Lucian's words and realized that the Lycan leader had tricked him. Are you threatening me? Craven was furious and tried to question him, but he was elbowed in the chest and slammed into the seat. Watch your tone. How could you have gotten Victor's attention without my help? Lucian impolitely berated him. Don't forget, to get you to that seat, I sacrificed 20 of my kin so that you could get a large share of the credit. The car quieted down. The air felt like it had frozen over. Our power alone is not enough to invade the manor. After a moment of silence, Craven seemed to give up the struggle. Not to mention Death Dealer's Amelia alone, and Victor waking up, these two elder vampires, are beyond your reach. What if I have another helper? Lucian seemed to have anticipated this. Selene, the best warrior of the Vampire Coven and the Death Dealer who has killed the most werewolves. With her help, we could have a much better chance of winning. Craven frowned. He subconsciously retorted, how is that possible? Selene is closest to Victor, you mean, tell her the truth. Halfway through the conversation, the vampire traitor reacted. Yes, letting the poor girl know the truth is a good thing. Lucian nodded his head. Selene's parents were once Victor's craftsmen, and they were responsible for building the prison where William, the original werewolf, was imprisoned. To ensure that the location wasn't revealed, the vampire lord killed almost everyone who knew about it. Selene's parents were among them. She got away because she looked like Victor's daughter. This reminded the ruthless vampire lord of the only trace of warmth in his heart. Selene has never trusted anyone easily. Unless I can produce strong evidence to prove what I claim. Craven's hands, thoughtlessly clasped together. You do have such evidence. Lucian glanced at the other's neck and smiled deeply. What do you mean? Craven felt something was wrong. A dangerous aura was in the air. He tried to open the door, but Lucian pulled him back and slammed him on the seat. The muscular, sturdy arms, which suddenly sprouted clumps of pitch-black hair, held the struggling Craven in place. The mouth could speak, but memories can't. Lucian said apologetically. You would actually make a good puppet. But unfortunately, the change came so quickly that I didn't have much time to build up my strength and wait for the coming of revenge. I met a stronger and more helpful partner. In my opinion, human beings, like vampires, aren't trustworthy. But his offer was so generous that I really couldn't refuse. Crack! Lucian broke Craven's neck with his arm. The power-hungry traitor stared wide-eyed as his pupils lost their luster. In such a small space, it was difficult to dodge at close range. In such an environment, werewolves had no difficulty in getting rid of a single vampire. After wiping his hands, Lucian opened the car door. Dragging the limp corpse, he walked towards a car at the corner. Heavy rain swept through the city with lightning and thunder. The driver of the sedan was the first to get out. He looked like a military officer. He opened his umbrella to block the water drops coming in. Then, the window slowly lowered. Luke was sitting inside with an expressionless Celine. I told the truth, now it's your turn to verify it. Luke opened the car door and smiled at Celine. Drink it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it's cold. Binge. Read next 50 plus chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Also, new cover. Comment. 28 comments. Vote. Chapter 221, Chapter 218,219 Revenge and Anger, Making Deals with the Devil. How can this be? Celine's eyes were empty as blood remained around her lips. The downpour drenched her whole body, with strands of hair sticking to her cheeks. The water drops slowly slid down along the black leather coat. As an adult vampire who had just passed her centenary birthday, Celine thought that her mental quality was tough enough not to be broken by any sudden accidents or changes. She was the best fighter in the coven and the elite among the death dealers. With the blood of werewolves on her hands, she had used silver bullets and long swords to send all those ferocious beasts to hell. Celine could be only one step weaker than the elder vampires in terms of combat power alone and could completely beat other fellow vampires. But the two happy events, Victor's awakening and Craven's death, came together. She should have been joyful, but why did it turn into this? The annoying Craven used his life to expose the truth that Victor had been hiding for so long. Celine's parents died because of the other party, and it had nothing to do with werewolves. It turned out that she had been living a lie all these years. The vampire warrior, who grew up with bitter hatred since childhood, had her inner support shattered. Victor is very good at fooling people and scheming. He is gentle and kind to any valuable object, but that's all fake, not the real him. Lucian, the Lycan leader, looked sympathetically at Celine, showing tenderness in his eyes. Victor not only spared Celine but also took her with him and cared for her. The reason was that the other person looked like his dead daughter. As Sonia's lover, Lucian will inevitably feel that Celine was familiar. He is a cold-blooded animal in the true sense of the word and doesn't have feelings for anyone. Lucian said through clenched teeth. Celine seemed to ignore it, and a look of hatred rose in her eyes. She rushed straight into the rain and ran towards the direction of the vampire manor. Where is she going? Lucian was puzzled. At this time, the best choice should be to join hands with him. With the power of the werewolves and the Superman of the human world in front of him. Against Victor and the vampire coven, naturally, there would be no pressure. In Celine's condition, it is difficult for her to think rationally. All she could think about is killing Victor. Luke sat back in the car. The officer with the umbrella skillfully moved Craven's cold body into the trunk. This vampire was good material. Throw it to Bolivar Trask, and he would be very interested in it. General, I have shown my sincerity. Lucian retracted his eyes. He couldn't care less about Celine, who was overwhelmed by revenge and anger. How are you going to fulfill your promise and help werewolves fight vampires? Luke, leaning in the back seat, smiled and whispered, to solve the problem, we must start with the root cause. The werewolves hate vampires as much as you hate Victor. Then, I'll throw Victor's head in front of you and bring down the entire Corvinus coven. In this way, all the troubles would be solved. Lucian was a bit stunned. He had been planning for centuries, lying in wait for centuries, to accomplish a magnificent cause. This guy spoke as if it was simple as to whether eat white bread or toast tonight. Wasn't this a bit of a joke? The feud between werewolves and vampires, enemies for thousands of years, couldn't be solved so easily. Is that all there is? The Lycan leader asked hesitantly. He thought Luke would assemble the army and use the power of science and technology. For example, making ultraviolet weapons, silver nitrate bullets, and dealing with the huge Corvinus coven. What else is there? Luke asked. There was no need to make a big fuss about a little character like Victor. Hurry up and get in the car, Lucian. You won't see a better revenge show in the future. Hearing Luke's urging, the Lycan leader reluctantly got into the car. The rain was still pouring down. The black car was like a speedboat, cutting through the darkness of the night that enveloped the world. Boom! A blazing white bolt of lightning struck down like a wildly dancing silver snake. The frantic running made Celine feel a little tired. She took a few breaths and stood at the gates of the manor. The rain had drenched her whole body, and the chill penetrated the body, making her feel uncomfortable. Celine came back. In the manor, vampire members sitting in the monitoring room saw a familiar figure and opened the two iron gates. Wrapped in the rain, Celine strode forward, reaching for the thick wooden door. Celine, the elders are looking for you. Someone said. They couldn't help but shrink their necks. This female vampire warrior seemed even colder than usual. Where is Victor? Celine squeezed these words out of her lips. The underground chamber. The man next to her replied. Elder Amelia asked you to see her first. You and Craven were missing. Celine ignored it, and with her boots on the carpet, she quickly disappeared down the hall. As Lucian said, tongues could weave lies, and mouths could spit out rumors. But memories won't lie. The fragmented scene contained Craven's blood. There were stories about Sonia's death, Lucian's betrayal, and how Victor killed her parents. After Lucian's set of words, those memories originally buried in the bottom of his heart quietly surfaced to his heart and became clearer. Ta! 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 Footsteps echoed in the underground chamber. Celine pushed open the gate and saw Victor, the Great Lord, sitting at the top. Behind him, blood bags were hung and connected. His eyes were closed, seemingly still asleep. Because he hasn't regained his full strength, Victor's skin was greenish-black, and his hair hadn't grown out. The whole person didn't have the grand majesty of a vampire elder, but rather like decaying wood, emitting an aging aura. Victor! Celine called out. There was no response from the other party. She took a deep breath as droplets of water slid off her leather jacket and soaked the ground. She held a gun with silver bullets in her right hand and pointed it at Victor, who was sleeping. Silver nitrate bullets could kill both werewolves and vampires. I wanted an explanation, but no matter how you say it, a lie is still a lie and will never become a fact. Celine's mind flashed back to the memories from Craven's blood. The pain was fueled by revenge and turned into a blazing fire that burned her heart. Celine pulled the trigger, and the bullet was discharged. Bang! It missed. A shadow swept in front of Celine's eyes, and Victor, who was covered in blood transfusions, stared at her with those blue pupils, glaring. The other party raised one hand and grabbed the fragile neck of the vampire female warrior with a jerk. Dear Celine, why are you doing this to me? A raspy voice sounded slow, and Victor's shriveled arm felt like cast iron. No matter how hard Celine struggled, she couldn't escape. The elder vampire's strength was one-sidedly crushing the other. You killed my parents, and then you lied to me. You blamed it all on the werewolves. The anger in Celine's eyes burst out like a sharp sword piercing Victor's heart. But the latter was indifferent. He coldly said, yes, I took a lot from you, but I gave you so much more, Selene. Is it not enough that I have given you the gift of eternal life and nobility? That's what ordinary people have longed for all their lives. Selene had a look of utter disappointment in her eyes. She didn't want to say anything to Victor. The other party was a true cold-blooded animal, without any feelings to speak of. She endured the pain of suffocation and clenched her gun. And what did you do to Sonia? Tied her to a cross and burned her to ashes in the sun. As the best soldier in the coven, Selene didn't wait and die. She used words to evoke Victor's memories while accumulating strength. Sonia. Victor's cold demeanor slightly retracted. The strength in his arm relaxed for a moment. Bang! Selene fought back decisively. The muzzle of the gun erupted in flames. A silver bullet was fired at Victor's heart. The latter acted quickly and threw Selene away. Dodging, his arm was pierced by a bullet. He winced a little as the tightening muscles squeezed the bullet out. It fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. You are a worthy warrior under my tutelage, Victor said coldly with an expressionless face. The silver nitrate bullets made it difficult for vampires and werewolves to heal their wounds, producing a violent burning sensation. It was a very nasty feeling. Unfortunately, you are still too impulsive. Instead of pursuing, Victor went back to his seat. He tore open the hanging blood bag, tilted his head, and gulped it down. Compared with blood transfusion, this method was very direct, but its efficiency was much slower. There was no way for the vampire elders to recover all their strength quickly. Who told you this secret? Craven. No, he's a coward, a bureaucrat who only hides behind everyone. Victor asked himself. That's why I let him run the coven. Craven can't cause any storms, despite his ambition. Is it that? Lucian. The vampire elder glanced at Selene's expression and got the desired answer. I knew it was him. That damned wolf took away my love from me, and now he's provoking our relationship. Sooner or later, I will kill him. I'll put a long spike through his body and let him bleed to death. Victor's words were full of hatred. He must have hated Lucian. Just like the other party, always trying to twist his head off. This was an unbreakable blood feud. All right, Selene. Victor, who had drunk a lot of blood, shed his dry body and returned to a vigorous and healthy human form. I really don't want to do this, but there is no other way. To ensure the continuation of the coven, eradicating threats is necessary. The sycophantic Victor, dressed in a magnificent robe, held a silver longsword. He walked towards Selene, who had fallen to the ground. The blade of his sword scratched the ground with a long trail. Bang! 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 Selene shot the silver bullets out of her pistol, but Victor was too fast to hit. That's enough, dear daughter. Victor raised his sword. He regarded Selene as his own, but she has grown up and turned rebellious. When one's life was at risk, kinship seemed less important to an elder vampire who had lived for a long time. This is wonderful. At the last moment, a round of applause sounded in the underground chamber. The tall figure walked out of the darkness with a gentle smile on his lips. He looked like an audience member enjoying the show, clapping his hands to show his satisfaction. Behind this man was Victor's most hated enemy Lucian, the Lycan leader. Miss Selene, I've already asked you once in the car, and now I'm asking you again. Luke looked at the vampire warrior who was preparing to die and whispered, how much are you willing to pay in exchange for killing your enemy? Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 222, Chapter 220. Bats have viruses, need to be treated with high temperature. Binge. Sorry guys, there was mistake in copy-pasting the chapters from the drive and I ended up mixing the two chapters in one and uploaded the extra chapter too. Well, here's your compensation. Back to 20 minutes ago. A black car rushed through the dark rain. The blinding headlights lit up the iron gates of the manor. White lightning, like a silver snake, tore the clouds. By the light, the camera installed in the opposite corner took some pictures of the people in the car. Strangers, these outsiders don't look like they should be related to any other coven, right? The vampire in the control room curled his mouth. He looked at the driver and Luke sitting in the back and thought it might be a human being who entered by mistake. Vampires were usually dressed in a royal manner. They liked complicated patterns, soft fabrics, and exquisite ornaments. The ones in the car were too plain, not so fancy. This is a legal hunting area. How about some dinner? The vampire looked at his partner, who was holding a pornographic magazine and flipping through it. That's breaking the rules. The companion shook his head, focusing on the sexy body of the magazine model. Craven ordered not to hunt humans without permission. It would be bad if it caused dissatisfaction among the masters. The vampire, who wanted to do something, snickered, Craven. That guy had gone somewhere. When Elder Victor wakes up, he'll be furious when he finds out he's absent from such an important occasion, right? Let's get ourselves an extra meal before anyone else finds out. I haven't tasted fresh human blood in a long time. I can't even get cold blood from the blood bank recently. Within the vampire coven, there had always been a clear hierarchy. Since the Temple of the Three issued the rules, no private hunting of humans was allowed. Vampires could only restrain their minions. Any kind of feasting on the blood of the living and virgin girl's first kiss were all forbidden. So, their daily rations were all from the blood of the living, stocked in the blood banks of major hospitals. For vampires, fresh, young, and warm blood were considered the best wine of the top 5 French wineries. At best, the supply of refrigerated blood could only be regarded as ordinary grade wine. Then again, the worst quality was animal blood, which couldn't satisfy their hunger and thirst. Like these two vampires in the control room, they could only be assigned with the most inferior blood bags. Their degree of misery in life was comparable to that of an old single fat man who couldn't even drink soda water. The other vampire was still flipping through the pornographic magazines, and his pants were moving slightly. He showed no interest and said, "Then go and get yourself an extra meal, I don't want to get involved." When Elder Victor wakes up and holds a banquet, there must be some good things on the table. After he said that, his mouth smacked twice. The models in the magazine were fascinating. What great evil! This dress was so tight and so well-rounded. You really have no standards. The vampire staring at the monitor screen despised him. No matter how beautiful a woman was, besides the fresh blood in her body, which was delicious. What else was attractive? I'll go out for a while. This pragmatic vampire left his seat and walked out of the room. In order to avoid other people and eat by himself, he didn't even take the stairs and went straight out of the window. I can already smell the sweet scent. It's making me hungry. When the vampire walked outside the manor, the black car honked its horn twice, obviously a little impatient. "Open the door." He waved at the camera, and the two iron gates opened with a bang. Facing the dazzling headlights, the vampire walked towards his dinner. Lucian, your turn. The Lieutenant General Superman, who was leaning back and resting his eyes, was indifferent to this. He wasn't interested in getting his hands dirty with this kind of small miscellaneous soldier. The Lycan leader, who wasn't tame, was still interested. He pushed open the car door and rushed up without saying a word. Werewolf, motherfucker. The vampire, who couldn't wait to eat, saw Lucian's arms sprouting a cluster of black hair. He was so scared that he burst out a foul word and turned his head to run away. In close combat, vampires were like archers without movement skills, encountering a well-developed player. The outcome goes without saying. Lucian took a few large steps. He caught up with the fleeing vampire and slapped him down. Smack! A crisp sound rang. The vampire's brain burst like a watermelon. Like a splash of paint, the red and white mixture of turbid liquid was quickly washed away by the rain. The fat vampire in the surveillance room, still holding the pornographic magazine, with his pants up in an obvious tent, didn't notice the gory scene on the surveillance screen. This is the home base of the Corvinus Coven of Vampires. Luke walked out of the car. His bioforce field blocked the pouring rain. Time for revenge, Lucian. The Lycan leader who got the order pulled a cruel smile out of the corner of his lips. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Since the death of Sonia and his unborn child, the flame of revenge burned Lucian's heart. He had always wanted to go back to the Corvinus Coven, stand in front of the Lord, Victor, and ask the other loudly whether he had regretted it all these years. Sir, I'm very grateful to you for keeping your promise. Bang! The thick door was kicked open by Lucian, and wood splinters flew across the room, making a huge commotion. This Lycan leader wanted to lead his kin into this manner and rip his enemies apart with his bare hands. Now, with the background and power of Superman, he could finally break in. Werewolf. It's an enemy attack. Go get Elder Amelia. The young vampires enjoying themselves in the hall were panicking. They had long been corrupted by the life of intoxication and had lost the sense of vigilance they should have had. Lucian, who had transformed into a beast, stepped across the threshold and onto the solid floor. Raising his sturdy arms, he swept his claws down. Rip! A young vampire, still immersed in the ethereal atmosphere, had half of his brain slashed off, spurting out a stream of blood. So bloody, so violent. Luke, who was walking behind, imitated Howard's tone of voice. Comment. 10 comments. Vote. Chapter 223, Chapter 221. Bats have viruses, need to be treated with high temperature. 2. The slaughter had just entered the foreplay stage and hadn't climaxed when Amelia, the elder, arrived just in time. Looking at the more than half of her coven members dead and wounded in the hall, she didn't feel angry. For vampires, there were numerous non-direct descendants, and it didn't matter how many died. Only direct descendants who have inherited their own blood and power were worth looking at. Lucian, are you alone? Behind Amelia, the heavily armed death dealers pointed their silver bullet guns at the ferocious werewolf. I know Victor has awakened, so you couldn't hold back your vengeful anger. Too impulsive, it's not like your usual character. The sturdy Wolf King, who was over 2 meters tall, let out a low growl. His pupils were full of killing intent. The large hind legs were powered up, and the huge body brought up a gust of wind. Fire! Amelia's reflexes were much stronger than those of a young vampire. The gorgeously dressed figure disappeared abruptly, avoiding Lucian's violent lunge. You're not moving fast enough. Amelia laughed jokingly. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Heavy gunfire sounded, hitting Lucian's body. With powerful momentum, it forced him back. But the pain didn't frighten Lucian. Instead, it stimulated the Lycan leader's ferocity. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar as his muscles continued to contract, squeezing out the silver bullets inside. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets fell to the ground. Your strength isn't bad. Luke, who was leaning against the foyer and not attracting attention, commented. Against lower-level werewolves, silver bullets were effective. But high-level werewolves like Lucian, the procedure should be forcing a wave of damage and then finishing him off. I'm sure Victor would love this gift. The werewolf Lucian's head, on a pike. Amelia picked up a silver longsword. With a swish, it cut through the air. The speed of a high-ranking vampire was so fast that she resembled a streak of shadow. The silver longsword drew a powerful arc, tearing open Lucian's chest. Blood surged out, and a few drops fell on Amelia's cheek. She reached out and wiped it with her finger. Really delicious. Amelia licked her fingers, and her gorgeous dress fluttered. The long sword in her hand turned into a swift silver light and stabbed Lucian directly in the heart. Compared to the useless young descendants, this elder had a lot of combat experience. At least she experienced the devastating wolf disaster with Victor and Marcus. Despite the fact that she led a comfortable life later on, making her fighting spirit dulled, the combat skills that were burned into her bones were still intact. Roar! Roar! Lucian's pupils reflected a silver light. The long sword pierced deeply through his chest, almost piercing his heart and ending the Lycan leader's life. You think you can kill me with that? That's not enough. Lucian held back the pain and raised his claws, sending the attacker, Amelia, flying out of the room. Boom! The elder vampire lady crashed through the railing, and her gorgeous gown was reduced to pieces. The tight waistband directly popped open, and the snow-white landscape was exposed. What great evils! Luke glanced at them. This was very much to Howard's taste. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Seeing that the elder was defeated, the death dealers of the coven rushed forward, shielded by the gunfire. It was quite effective. With a sword in his body, the raging Lucian seemed to be caught in a quagmire. On one side, there was suppression by gunfire in the hall, and on the other side, there was close quarters interference, which kept this Lycan leader in a tight circle. Damn bastard! Amelia cursed and picked up the silver longsword that had fallen out of her hand. She wobbled off the floor, ready to deliver the killing blow to Lucian. Okay, if we waste any more time, Celine will run out of time. Luke scanned aimlessly. His vision penetrated through the barrier and saw everything that happened in the underground chamber. An elder vampire is also good material. Superman, who walked through the entrance, was finally noticed by the others. He was too subtle before, and the vampire's attention was drawn to Lucian. Human! A death dealer exclaimed in surprise. The vampire's keen sense of smell easily identified Luke's identity. He didn't have the strong body odor of a werewolf, nor the particularity of vampires' low body temperature and slow heartbeats. Why is there a human in the manor? While doubt flashed, the death dealers subconsciously pulled the trigger, and the gun spewed bullets. The silver nitrate bullet hit Luke's chest as if it had hit a thick steel plate. The bullet fell down, not even scratching his skin. This is a high-end suit. Luke muttered in displeasure. His eyes slightly condensed, and a crimson beam of light cut through. Boom! The originally fierce battlefield instantly paused. Whether it was Lucian, the rampaging Lycan leader, or the gun-wielding vampires. They all stopped moving in unison, showing a dumbfounded and shocked look. The high-temperature beam was like a red-hot knife slicing through butter, easily cutting open the entire manor. Those death dealers who were in the middle and failed to dodge were either cut off at the waist or split into two. The exuberant heat instantly evaporated the blood flowing out of them. On the surface of the wound, a crystallized layer emerged like jelly. Although Lucian had witnessed Superman's ability to tear apart a werewolf, he had never imagined that his opponent's strength could be so powerful that he barely needed to raise a single ounce of motivation. The vampires were even more scared. Even the Temple of the Three's masters weren't this scary. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Luke looked up and smiled. His foot pounded the floor. Boom! The ground shook, the mansion shook. The surge of air was like a hurricane sweeping through. Amelia, who was holding a long sword, blinked once. A tall figure was suddenly in front of her. Even with the dynamic vision of the vampire elders, she failed to capture Luke's movements. So fast. A dreadful enemy. A pair of bat-like wings popped out from behind Amelia's back. Under the frantic flapping, the shocked vampire elder disappeared. Werewolves had a bestial state, while vampires could also transform. Elders like Amelia, Victor, and Marcus, all of whom could fly at low altitudes. When her bat wings sprung out, Amelia moved even faster. Like a swift lightning bolt, people could only see a blurred shadow. "Where are you going?" Without looking back, Amelia was ready to head towards the underground chamber. But before she could fly much further, Luke jumped in front of her with an even faster speed. The pair of slightly red eyes stared at the naked Amelia. "I have a friend who's very interested in vampires, especially female vampires." The corners of Luke's mouth curled up in a calm smile. But his hand was ruthless. He didn't show any mercy. Heat vision bursts out. Like a high-precision laser, the pair of bat wings behind Amelia's back was shredded off. With a sudden shock, the vampire elder fell from above and hit the ground before even feeling severe pain. No running around. Luke looked down at Amelia, who was curled up in a ball, and spoke lightly. "Otherwise, I'll let Lucian eat you. Werewolves aren't picky eaters. What's more, the high temperature sterilized you. You're completely safe to eat." The calm voice conveyed a chilling sentiment. Amelia shuddered. When did humans become so scary? "Come on, Lucian, let's go down and see your enemy, Victor." Luke glanced at the Lycan leader, who had shed his bestial form, and turned towards the underground chamber. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 224, Chapter 222 Promises of Freedom, Exchange for Loyalty, I. At what cost? Celine, who had fallen to the ground, was biting her lip. The blood flowed into her mouth with a sweet taste. She looked at the Lieutenant General, who was standing at the entrance of the underground chamber, and read a trace of seriousness and danger from the other's eyes. Since his appearance, this mysterious and unpredictable Lieutenant General had been acting like a Wall Street stockbroker. He always gave people what they wanted most but took more. Everything. Celine didn't hesitate to answer. She looked up at the cold-eyed Victor. The hatred in her heart almost solidified. Many philosophers say that humans are fickle and complex animals, but this statement is true for any intelligent species. A few hours ago, Celine regarded Victor as the closest elder in her life. But now, the female vampire warrior, who knew the truth, was willing to give everything, body or soul, in exchange for a chance at revenge. I should have lived an ordinary life, with a warm family and caring parents, Celine said bitterly. Instead of becoming a nocturnal creature that fears the sunlight, living in darkness. Victor shook his head with a straight face. You are too weak, Celine. He taught Craven about power and ambition and let him run the coven. And he instilled Celine with toughness and determination, making her the best warrior she could be. But in the end, Craven became a traitor. Celine also became a traitor. This result saddened Victor. I'll give you everything, General. Celine wiped away the tears that represented her weakness and stated one word at a time. Don't mention the fact that Luke was human and couldn't be trusted. Even if he was the devil from hell, who wanted her soul, she wasn't afraid. Deal. Luke snapped his fingers and nodded with satisfaction. By dealing with one person, he could satisfy 2 acts of revenge. No loss. Lucian, do you want to join? The Lieutenant General asked in a low voice. In order to ensure the customer experience, he suggested Lucian give it a try. If he took action himself, the whole battle would take less than half a minute. Ending it too soon wasn't good. Okay. Lucian was concise and nodded his head in response. His eyes, full of murderous intent, were fixed on Victor. The latter still didn't know what happened above, let alone about Amelia, who had her bat wings that symbolized the high order of vampires torn off and was almost turned into a roasted bat and eaten. This vampire lord thought he had everything under control. He looked at Luke, who appeared suddenly, and Lucian, the Lycan leader, behind him. A touch of coldness flashed in his blue eyes. Lucian, you are becoming more and more depraved. You're willing to be a lapdog of a human. Victor said sarcastically. Are you expecting them to give you a few bones for the wolves to gnaw on? Instead of working for humans, you should have remained a slave to vampires. At least we would be generous and drop a few more bones. The contemptuous tone stirred the anger in Lucian's heart. Victor, wake up. There was a fierce glint in the Lycan leader's eyes. Don't drown yourself in the glorious past of the vampires, unable to pull yourself out. Now you're just animals in captivity, like beasts in cages. Human beings have ruled the world, and vampires have long lost their qualification to stand at the top of the pyramid. In the Middle Ages, vampires and werewolves were indeed the rulers of Europe. The former, in particular, completely regarded human beings as mobile blood bags and hunted indiscriminately. This situation became increasingly serious after the colonial period. Vampires invaded North America until Abraham Lincoln appeared. That's right. This rather famous president was said to be a legendary vampire hunter. Luke had a strong desire to vomit when he saw this unbelievable and bizarre history from the library of the New York Sanctum. Back to the topic. The European continent, at that time, was the hunting ground of the major vampire covens. When the Temple of the Three began to reorganize the order, they dispelled away from the darkness and issued the rules. Vampires were swept into the garbage from the peak of their history. So, it wasn't surprising that the awakened vampire lord despised humans, and even more so Lucian, the Lycan leader, who was working with humans. His mindset hadn't changed yet, and he didn't know that times had changed. Ha ha, how dare you enter this manor and bring a human with you? Victor spoke in a deep voice. Lucian, you're looking for death. He glanced at Luke, who was standing in front of him. A strong young man his vampire's senses perceived. This was the only conclusion the vampire lord came to. Strong heartbeat, vigorous vitality. Other than these, he couldn't see any other abnormalities. Giving you the opportunity for revenge. Is that such an easy thing to believe? Victor looked down at Celine and sneered. His luxurious robe tore apart, and a pair of bat wings sprouted up behind him. Compared to Amelia's wings, this vampire lord had longer and thicker wings. The white skeleton supported the thin film-like wings. Fully open, they could take up almost half the space in the underground chamber. Just from the momentum, they were far superior to Amelia's, who was also an elder. He's almost close to an ancestor level. Luke's mouth curled as he thought to himself. He ignored Victor, who was ready to kill someone. Although it was said that we don't see each other from God's perspective. This vampire lord was a decisive and competent leader. To prolong life, strengthen the coven, and consolidate power, even his daughter was sacrificed. Of course, he also had the flaws that people in power would inevitably have. For example, paranoia and selfishness. The vampire elders rotated once every 100 years and slept for the rest of the time. In order to prevent betrayal and accidents, the three elders didn't seriously cultivate their descendants at all and let the extravagant life consume them. Celine didn't understand Victor before. Why would he let Craven manage the coven? There was a simple reason. That guy was a power-hungry, equally cowardly bureaucratic vampire. It would be better to put such a person higher than a descendant who was ambitious, aggressive, and had their own ideas. It's just that Victor probably didn't expect it either. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 225, Chapter 223 Promises of Freedom, Exchange for Loyalty, 2. Victor probably didn't expect it either. Craven would work privately with the werewolves and become a traitor. Tonight is the night I awoke. It's time to end our feud. The vampire lord had reached the peak of his strength, and he didn't think the Lycan leader would be his opponent. As for the human who had little presence, there was no threat. Victor trusted his own judgment. He had never misjudged the strong. Masters from Temple of the Three, the legendary demon hunters wandering around. For these kinds of people, he only needed to look up to know that they weren't people he could mess with. As an elder vampire, Victor didn't survive for this long entirely by luck. He had a good eye for what kind of characters he could mess with. What kind of character must be given sufficient respect? Come on, Victor. Sonia's soul in heaven will witness this battle. Lucian walked down the steps and quickly transformed into his beast self. Roar! The werewolf and the vampire collided. Lucian was obviously no match for the elder Victor. After a few minutes of fighting, he fell into a disadvantage. Although Victor and Amelia were both elders, the difference between their strengths was somewhat significant. The vampire lord had lived a much longer time than the latter. Moreover, before Victor became a vampire, he was a capable warlord. Thud! Like a bullet out of the chamber, the punch smashed into Lucian's beastly face. As if oblivious to the pain, the latter raised his claws and scratched a long wound from top to bottom. Victor didn't dodge either. The long sword in his hand sliced through the werewolf's chest and nearly disemboweled Lucian. These two beasts, in a wound-for-wound fight, were engaged in a primitive and cold head-on battle. "Aren't you going to do something?" Celine, who was leaning against the wall, asked. She had been thrown against the wall by Victor earlier. And the force of his rage had almost broken the spine in her back. Lucian wants to do it himself. Luke curled his lips and said, "Revenge is something too valuable to let others help. Like you, You also want to wring Victor's neck to avenge your parents' death, right? Celine's eyes darkened, and she nodded lightly. Are you interested in becoming a coven elder? Luke took the time to ask while Lucian and Victor were locked in battle. The vampire covens in North America were the pure-blooded descendants of Archduke Dracula. They were in the same situation as their European counterparts. They were restricted by the precepts of the New York Sanctum from rampaging everywhere. But with the wealth they had accumulated throughout their long lives and their ability to play politics, they still managed to make a good living in North America. They even created a group of vampire-worshipping familiars, which made the underground world of New York and Detroit, and other cities, a mess. Take Victor's place. Sorry, General, I'm not interested in power. Celine's mouth tugged at the corners. She just wanted to live a quiet life and had no feelings whatsoever for her kin. Someone has to come forward, Miss Celine. Luke was ready to bring the Corvinus Coven back to New York to battle Dracula's pure-blood descendants. I tore off Amelia's bat wings, and her strength was greatly reduced. Victor, on the other hand, is already doomed and unlikely to survive. In the Corvinus family, only his son Marcus is left. Celine listened and found it interesting. This Superman made it sound like a script, with the ending of the story set. It was as if everything would move forward according to his words. With Elder Marcus, the coven will continue to live on. Celine's mouth twitched. She had no sense of belonging to the coven. Marcus can't do it, he'll just make a mess of Corvinus. He's not as good as Victor. Luke shook his head. How could he possibly give power to a direct descendant of Corvinus? It wasn't good for the S.H.I.E.L.'s management. His father was a lieutenant general. A progenitor vampire. There was no need for SHIELD or Superman as a backer. Therefore, it would be better if it was Celine, who had no foundation. What else? A good figure. Luke was a gentleman. He wasn't a pervert like Howard, so how could he be sexually attracted to a female vampire? Think about it, Celine. Vampires are in a bad position right now. Luke spoke compellingly, like the devil himself. You can't leave Paris without permission. These are the rules from the Temple of the Three. And you can't stay away from the crowd. Vampires must be replenished with blood, or else the thirst for blood within would intensify. Wandering around, possibly being purged by the Master of the Sanctum or the Demon Hunters. The best option is to return to the Coven. Luke smiled with his signature smile, like a kidnapper. Celine, have you ever been away from Paris? Have you ever been outside of France? I can promise you freedom in exchange for your loyalty.